Have become extremely important. I am very pleased to have here with us today some of these very important partners with us that are going to be enriching the conversation. But before that, I would like to invite Ms. Carola Gunnarsson, the mayor of Sala, the president of the Swedish Local Government Association, and Vice President of United Cities and Local Governments for Europe, to give some introductory remarks. Welcome, Mayor. Thank you for taking the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, good day, or good evening, wherever in the world you are taking part in this meeting. First of all, without peace, we can't achieve sustainable development. None of the global goals or agendas can be reached in times of war. Peace, democracy, and gender equality are the fundamental cornerstones to build sustainable societies for the future. We live in worrying times where war, natural disasters, and pandemics are global crises that we need to handle, but we must learn from the crisis and work together for a sustainable future. When people are fleeing from humanitarian crises, we, the local and regional governments, are on the front line to welcome, to support, and to integrate them. We have a huge responsibility to make secure routes and make safe support for the refugees. It's our common responsibility all over the world. In situations of war, it is the most vulnerable members of the society, namely women and children, who are most affected by the consequences of the war. During armed conflict, children may be forced to flee their homes, some torn from their families, and exposed to exploitation and abuse along the way. Especially for girls and women, the threat of gender-based violence soars. Sexual violence against women and girls is widespread in conflict and used as a war tactic. In example, UN reports from the Democratic Republic of Congo on the extent of conflict-related sexual violence range from 18 to 30% among women and girls, and between 4 and 24% among men and boys. Domestic violence, trafficking, child marriage are also exacerbated during conflict. UN Women's programs on women, peace, and security support women's engagement in all aspects of peace building towards more inclusive, egalitarian societies that can end gender discrimination and resolve conflicts without violence. Given the growing number of violent conflicts across the world, the protection and empowerment of women in conflict is needed more than ever. Last week, the European Council issued a joint declaration, the Brussels Declaration on Actions Towards Empowering Women in Conflicts. The declaration highlights the importance of ending impunity and prosecuting those responsible for violence against women and girls in conflict. It also outlines actions to empower women and girls in areas such as conflict prevention, crisis management, and long-term peace building. From the local and regional level, we both have to condemn the war, but also constantly work for peace and peacekeeping. We must contribute with practical help, knowledge, and experiences. In war-torn societies, the road to peace is a difficult journey. Nevertheless, peacekeeping operations have proven to be one of the most effective tools for UN's work to help countries achieve a long-lasting peace. We have to build security and peace through people. We can see the power of involving people, and especially with a focus on young people. The youth want to create a better future. From the local level, we need to support peacekeeping missions. We, the political leaders on local level, have to show governments and societies that we join forces to resolve differences through dialogue, build a culture of non-violence, and protect the most vulnerable in our societies. But as local leaders, we also need to use our tools in our daily work to build secure and safe societies. To keep peace, we need to secure stable democracies where we leave no one or no place behind. To build peace, we must do it together. We have to use our network within UCLG, both for dialogue with each other, but also with the United Nations and other important peacekeeping partners. We also need to involve people in our everyday work to build societies from the ground. If people are involved in their everyday life and can create their own future, we can get genuine change and develop a better future. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Vice President. That were not only opening remarks, but I would say a full declaration of intent from our World Organization to actually face conflicts, but also stand and have an approach to human rights. And to peace building and the role that local and regional governments need to play in it. And I'm certain this will be reflected in the outcome document of our World Congress, the Pact for the Future. The Daejeon statement will have a high content on this as well. Thank you very much for that. And I am now very pleased to go to an important partner in this endeavor. We could not foresee that our partnership was going to become so relevant for the movement as a whole when we came together in Durban, in Etequeni, our previous Congress. The African Center for the Construction and Resolution of Disputes, ACCORD, and the founder, Basu Kauden, is someone that has been inspiring our work, also helping us explore paths to involve different actors, other voices, in particular that of youth, in our discussions. Basu has also been facilitating some of the sessions that we have had recently on the UCLG Municipal Peace Talk. So I'm very pleased to give you, Basu, the floor online to share with us your thoughts on the kind of agenda that we need to develop for local governments in peace building. Who knows, this might inspire also national actors that are playing such an important role right now. Basu.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Emilia. It's always a pleasure to see you, always so energetic in what you're doing. Now, at a time when we thought that the only wars we would be fighting at this stage of our civilization, and I want to underline at this stage of our civilization as humanity, would be the wars on climate change, the wars on poverty, unemployment, and inequality, the war on xenophobia, and the suppression of the rights of women. But who in their wildest dreams would have thought that after 3 decades of progress on these issues, we will be faced with the prospect of another world war and the possibility of a nuclear war. My friends, Emilia, excellencies, and participants, this forum is not only timely, but very urgent. Accord, as Amelia has said, has worked in political and social conflict for the last 30 years. And the last 5 years or so, we have partnered with the UCLG because of the important role of cities in building peace. Emilia, who would have thought in 2019, when we launched the joint project on plant trees, not bombs, because we were thinking about how to reforest the world to deal with the problem of climate change, that we would be seeing that call fall on deaf ears, and we see bombs raining down on people in the war of aggression in Ukraine. And I think that we want to say that it is important to note that in the war on Ukraine, that it is cities that are at the center. So whether it is Mariupol or Kiev or any of it is the cities that we're talking about. And we are talking about a total breakdown in global communication across, whether it is Russia on one side, and now Russia and its allies, or NATO and its allies. There is a complete breakdown in communication at a time when we see most of our populations globally converging into urban areas, into cities. And when cities, particularly the large mega cities in the world, will become the most important centers of decision making, but they will also become the most important of progress. But if we don't reverse what we are seeing in the world today, the new Cold War that is approaching, the new geopolitical and geoeconomic competition that we are seeing escalating every single day. If we see the kind of rhetoric that is coming out of our leadership across the world, then we know that we are approaching and we're on a trajectory towards a very, very dangerous world. And therefore, the municipal peace talks is such an important initiative. And it's an initiative that we have to scale up, all of us collectively, because city to city solidarity brings people together, not just politicians. When nations get together, it's usually politicians who are getting together. But when cities get together, it is local government officials, and they are rooted in their communities. And therefore, I think we must accelerate our efforts now on the municipal peace talks. We need to ensure that collectively we are responding to building peace. We are responding to humanitarian disasters. We know that with climate change, and we are seeing it at an accelerating pace now across the world, that we are experiencing climate change disasters. And there are best practices in cities, but there are also solidarity initiatives in cities where from city to city, we can assist in ensuring that we have a timeous response to emergencies. We just had a flood here in the province that I sit in. Most of you might have seen it in South Africa. We had a huge devastating flood that is a once in 50-year occurrence, but came with a huge vengeance this time because of climate change being an accelerating factor. And we have had cities from across the world pouring in with their assistance. So I think, Emilia, I want to say that the municipal peace talks is something that we must accelerate. We must ensure that we begin to communicate, because what we are seeing now in the global escalation is a breakdown in communication. I have practiced as a human rights lawyer, and I have practiced, as you know, for the last 30 years as a mediator across the world. And I know when I see bad communication, miscommunication, and information that is manipulated in order to influence the minds of people in a particular direction. So all of this means that, yes, at this level of cities, we must ensure that we build a new platform for dialogue. And we are ready as a court to continue our work with United Cities and local government. As you know, on the Africa chapter, we have already trained 80 city officials, 40 in French, 40 in English, and we are ready to stand up and be counted as part of the collective that builds a new world order. Thank you very much, Secretary General, once again for your partnership and for inviting us to be part of this important forum.
Thank you very much, Director Dear Basu, for your friendship and guidance. I think it's an important partnership for the World Organization and for many of our sections as well that are developing a very strong conflict resolution agenda, such as United Cities and local governments Africa, that I know you work with intensively. So with this introduction, giving us the context of the kind of work that we are doing, we would like to open up a space now to bring some of the concrete experiences that we see from our partners at the United Nations. You know, conflict appear not without a sign or without a warning. We see that things are building up and societies are building up tensions, and that has certainly been the case in the two specific conflicts that we are going to be looking at today, Afghanistan and Myanmar. But we would also need to look at the situation of human rights in general around the world to actually assess why some of the conflicts which are natural in society become violent conflict. That is the problem. Cities and creativity are about conflict very often and negotiating and finding solutions together. But how we can avoid violence is the key for us. So we are very happy to have with us Mr. Richard Bennett, the UN Special Rapporteur on the human rights situation in Afghanistan. And I have to say, with the former mayor of Nili here with us today, currently a refugee here in Spain, but also as a woman, I have to say that the situation there is of great concern. And I think that we should not think about the situation as an isolated something that is happening in a territory in Afghanistan far away from us. I think it is a danger for the rights of women and girls everywhere, but also of boys and men for the type of society that we want to build. So thank you very much, Mr. Richard Bennett, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia Saez, for your very kind and very perceptive introduction. And special thanks for inviting me to join you today. This, frankly, for me, is an unfamiliar environment. I have not worked very much with local government before at this international level, but I do welcome the opportunity to engage with you, especially on Afghanistan. And you are quite right that the situation today in Afghanistan is dire. It is especially dire in relation to human rights, and especially for the rights of women and girls. At the beginning, I heard it said that the platforms that you stand on are peace, democracy, and gender equality. Well, I'm afraid in Afghanistan, there is not yet peace, and the Taliban de facto authorities that took over in August last year stand against democracy and stand expressly against gender equality. So that is something to deal with. Let me begin, though, by briefly describing my role as a special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan. And I know that my colleague, my counterpart, Tom Andrews, on Myanmar may also be contributing. I was appointed quite recently on the 1st of April and took up my role only on the 1st of May by the UN Human Rights Council. And my role is twofold. It's to monitor and report on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, but it also has an assistant role, is to assist in particular the implementation of the human rights treaties that Afghanistan has ratified, and it has indeed ratified most of the major international human rights treaties, 7 of them. And it's also to assist and advise civil society. I think that, though, is a two-way street. And I'm at the beginning of my mandate, and I visited Afghanistan recently, last month, for 11 days. And I'd like to be able to share a few views based on that visit and on my background. I've been also going to Afghanistan since 2003 in different capacities, sometimes with the UN, and I've lived there for 5 or 6 years altogether. Let's start with a couple of demographics. The two words or two phrases that have been used already are cities and youth. Afghanistan has, until recently, been regarded as largely a rural country. But like many other countries, there has been an expansion of urbanization. And now the population is roughly divided 50-50 between cities and rural areas. It's also a very young population. 64%, that is nearly 2/3 of the population of the country, are 25 or younger. It's also a country where there is very little at the moment inclusiveness, either of women, of different ethnic or religious groups, or of youth. The Taliban say that they have established an Islamic Emirates. They say that it's the most pure form of Islamic Emirates globally, and that they fought and won a battle to establish this Emirates. The authorities in Afghanistan, and I think this is important to note for any discussions about solidarity, including at the local government level, provincial and local government level, the authorities are not recognized by the international community, including by the United Nations. However, Afghanistan remains a member of the United Nations, and it has ratified, as I mentioned, 7 core human rights treaties. When I visited Afghanistan last month and I met at senior levels with the de facto authorities, they assured me that they want to remain members of the United Nations and that they respected the treaties that Afghanistan has ratified, provided they are not in conflict with Islamic Sharia. And that would be in conflict with their interpretation of Islamic Sharia. Just like to make a few comments about the system of government in Afghanistan historically. Historically, Afghanistan has been among the most centralized states in the world, with an extremely strong presidency that's left little room for formal local structures to fill the vacuum. Yet the previous center's power, combined with the country's poor infrastructure and remote provinces and institutions, has been insufficient to control the country in years of conflict and instability, more than 4 decades of it. There have been attempts to invest more in provincial and local government systems to allow Afghan people to take control of their own political destiny. But even during the 20 years of the Republic, when there were fairly regular presidential and parliamentary elections, there have never been any local authority elections. All the local authorities are appointed by the central level. So recently I went to Afghanistan, and I managed to get out of Kabul, and I visited 2 other cities in the north, Mazar-e-Sharif, in the south, Kandahar. I met with local authorities in those cities, including provincial governors. As I mentioned, the provincial governors are appointed by the central authorities. Nevertheless, they do seem to have some degree of autonomy. It's very difficult, however, to discern precisely what that autonomy is. But it does affect, for example, in the north, in Kandahar, the ability of girls to attend school at secondary level, which has been banned officially at the central level. So there may be a few opportunities in a rather grim landscape otherwise. I'm very concerned about the human rights as well as the humanitarian and economic crisis that is facing Afghanistan. And I've called on the international community to stand in solidarity and to continue to provide humanitarian support and to ensure its equitable and gender-sensitive distribution. The situation regarding women's rights and girls' rights is dire. It's well known, I think, that the Taliban is the only, or is the only authority, de facto authority globally, to prevent girls from attending secondary school. Since they took over in August 2021, this key element of education has been missing in Afghanistan. And it has still not resumed, despite some promises that were made earlier in the year. In March, on 23rd of March, that decision was reversed. So this is a very high priority, but it's not the only benchmark or red line when it comes to women and girls' rights. There are others. Women and girls are being gradually erased from society. The de facto authorities have introduced 13 separate edicts on gender issues since they took over on the 15th of August. Every one of those has been in a negative direction for the equality of women and girls. This is in the context of an even more broad, rather dark scenario for the future. There are restrictions in many other areas. Freedom of expression, freedom, access to information, freedom of movement and association. There's credible reports of disappearances, of torture, of arbitrary detention, and of extrajudicial killings daily. And this, and those who are associated with the previous government, the Republic, especially those in the security forces or those working in the as civil society and as human rights defenders, or as lawyers, judges, or prosecutors are especially at risk. And this scenario I'm painting is only part of the picture. I could go much more into economic, social, and cultural rights, which are being denied the people. I'd like to maybe add one more rather somber note, and then I'll try and end up on some positives. Last week, the new governor of Kabul, the city, the capital of Afghanistan, a city of 5 or 6 million people, was appointed, and in his one of his first speeches, he said that opposition to the Taliban regime, or it is reported in the media that he said this, opposition to the Taliban regime is haram, and all opponents must be killed. So this is the person in charge of local government in the capital, Kabul. Very grim. Maybe to end up on a few suggestions and positive notes. The Taliban are not monolithic. There are tensions internally, particularly between the Kandahar Shura, its base in the south, and what's known as the Haqqani network, which has been very much associated with suicide bombings and other violent attacks. But within that, as in nearly every government, you can find some who maybe could be described as reformers and are interested in good governance, in inclusive delivery of services, including to vulnerable groups and ethnic and religious minorities, and in financial management. And it's been described to me that if the Taliban have an economic or a sense of government at all, it is small government, low taxes, and encouraging private enterprise. We'll have to see whether that plays out. But it does suggest that there may be room to support entrepreneurs, in particular women entrepreneurs. And I had the opportunity to meet some of those, including a woman director of the Chamber of Commerce, Women's Chamber of Commerce. So I will end up on that, but also one final thing. And it was mentioned by one of you earlier in the earlier comments. It's important to provide protection to those whose lives and physical integrity are seriously at risk. Every day I receive pleas from desperate people saying that their lives are endangered and they need protection. They need to get out of Afghanistan, either temporarily or longer term. None of them want to leave their own country. They want to stay and fight. But some of them feel they have no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. There are 40 million people. Not all of them can leave. I think it's important to work on both issues, to make the country more human rights compliant for those, the vast majority that are staying, but also to offer refuge to a fraction who desperately need urgent protection. Thank you very much. I did that.
Thank you very much, Special Rapporteur, for this interesting overview of what you are seeing in Afghanistan at the moment. The reason why we want to bring these perspectives of the UN Special Rapporteurs in specific countries is because I think it will be very important for our local leaders, for local and regional government leaders, to identify some of the key concepts that we will need to work on if we want to avoid situations to scale up like they are doing in these countries. And also, of course, to mobilize international solidarity to ensure that we do not forget these people, that they are not left behind, which is something that our friend from Neely always emphasizes to us, which we cannot forget them. So it's at these two levels that we want the discussion to go today. And I would like to bring another dimension with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights. We have been partnering for a long time now, in particular through our Committee on Social Inclusion and Human Rights. We are trying to create a true movement of cities for human rights. But I think it is also important to understand from your perspective, what would you see local governments doing? And I would like to invite Pradeep Weigel to provide some thoughts around this. And then we will be opening the floor for some of the elected officials that are here. So get ready if you have any comments that you would like to make, and then we will finish with the Myanmar case. So let us go with you. Thank you very much, Pradeep, for joining us. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, and very happy to be part of this conversation this morning. Good morning and afternoon, colleagues, maybe evening in some part of Asia. And my name is Pradeep Wagle, and I am with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And much has been said already about the crisis and the consequences of the crisis and the roles, of course, of various stakeholders in the situation of crisis. Unfortunately, as we live, the crises have been the reality of our life. Many crises are human-made, but the consequences are far-reaching. I would say negative consequences. Human rights violations is one of the key outcomes of the crisis. Of course, there are many other outcomes which are non-compliance with international humanitarian law, as Gisela wrote pointing out in the case of Afghanistan, and consistent denial of people's rights and access to services. In the first session, we heard that the crises have unlimited consequences. What I wanted to emphasize is that the crises are probably local, but they have much more wider consequences. We saw the situation of the Rakhine state, for example, in Myanmar, that has affected the neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Thailand. They not only hosted refugees in millions, but had to share food, shelter, land, and water. The list goes on. The demography of Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh has changed with hundreds and thousands of new populations over the last few years. The impact in Afghanistan, which Richard has already described, for example, has been seen elsewhere in the region, not limited to Central Asia. The Darfur problems that we have seen since last 2 decades not only has affected the relations between Chad and Sudan, but also has changed the demographic of certain towns in the 2 countries. As we speak, hundreds and thousands of people live in the camps, IDP camps and refugee camps on both sides, and the problems continue to be prolonged with limited prospect of solution. We have also seen how the Ukraine situation affected people's access to basic services throughout the world. A few days after the war began, the price of fuel and food in Central Asia, South Asia, and Africa spiked to an unaffordable level. The special rapporteur on the situation of on the right to food has warned that we are now facing the risk of imminent famine and starvation in more places around the world. The prolonged war, in the view of the special rapporteur, may have profound global long-term consequences to everyone's food security. Those who did not know about the war in Ukraine are bearing the burden of the crisis. Displacement, migration of social economic impact, hunger, public health, social integration are some consequences that are borne by people, as I said, who often have very limited knowledge why these crises are happening around them. These realities make it difficult to distinguish a crisis from local to international. The question now is, what can we do? What can the local government do? What can the national government do? What can the forum that we are sitting and discussing this morning can do? Of course, the international human rights law, the sustainable development goals, and the new urban agenda give local government a strong foundation to work on human rights and fundamental freedoms. But translating the human rights obligations into concrete reality where everyone can enjoy their rights is the whole government's responsibility. That involves, of course, cities and local government. When there's a crisis, the responsibility of local government becomes deeper. The right to housing, access to health, education, and other basic services are the foundations for leaving no one behind, both in normal times as well as at the time of crisis. As we all know, and the previous speakers have pointed out very well, that the whole society benefits where there is no one left behind. Therefore, local government and cities can play an important role to ensure that no one is left behind. Most recently, we have seen some good practices where local governments work successfully in preventing and mitigating the crisis caused by the pandemic. It was in response to the health crisis, but it can be replicated in other similar crises. Their proximity to people in crisis at the local level enables city and governments to take immediate actions. Experiences from Asia, Europe, and Latin America, where local authorities have actively addressed non-discrimination, inequalities, and social inclusion in dealing with migrants, for example, internally displaced population, and refugees, can and should be reiterated in other similar contexts. While justice and accountability are important and should be prioritized, the primary needs for people, particularly people who faced crises, are food, shelter, health, water, and sanitation. Cities can make sure that peoples in difficulties have access to these basic services. For example, affordable housing to ensure that they live in acceptable conditions, and access to hospitals, healthcare, education, water, and sanitation. At the minimum, as previous speakers have pointed out, local government and cities can and should show solidarity with each other in the time of crisis. They can provide humanitarian assistance for people in crisis, but support can also be extended to rebuilding governance structure and processes in line with their international human rights obligations. One area, which is my last point, and I'll stop after that, which cities and local governments have done a little probably and can progress further, is protecting the human rights defender. Richard spoke very well about the need to protect populations, but there's one specific group that often receive threats and criminal charges because they do human rights protection in the respective countries. Intercity cooperation, for example, or the establishment of coordinated safety mechanisms, safe houses, could be considered where human rights defender can be hosted and protected. I'll stop here and I'll be very happy to come back and address some of the questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pradeep, for these remarks and for linking some of the critical issues that we are seeing in conflicts around the world with the role that a strong local government can play, right? And I think the contact also with the special rapporteurs and the work that we are doing together with the World Human Rights Cities Forum in Gwangju are building blocks of a renewed advocacy that we want to do before the international community. A strong local government can actually avoid conflict. A strong local government can play a very important role in reconstruction. And a strong local government and a strong organized local government internationally can play a very important role in building solidarity, building dialogue, and making sure that migrants and refugees are properly welcomed and in more permanent situations, right? There are almost permanent camps around many continents of the world, and that is something that we wouldn't want to see continuing. So in order to make that shift, we will need local and regional governments to be in a different part of the conversation. And I hope that the special rapporteurs can get inspired with this and that we can also learn from them what we could be doing at local level. So I think it has been extremely useful to set this general picture. And I will now go to some of the voices that we have in the room, both in the virtual and in the in-person room here in Seville. And I would like to start with my hero, my dear friend, the former mayor of Nili, Khadija Sara Ahmadi. Thank you for being with us. Dear friends, some thoughts on what you have heard and the role that you feel organized local government should play as well in addressing some of these issues. Thank you.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias, good morning, صبح بخير. First of all, I would like to UCLG and Migration Forum for this platform and cause to hear the voice of the city and crisis over the world, and especially my country, Afghanistan. You are aware of what happened in Afghanistan. Nowadays, Afghanistan has been the haven for terrorists and hell to the Afghan citizen. Political disintegration, economic failure, ambiguous future, urban fundamental destructions, and millions abandoned, hunger, and poor people are the outcome of Taliban regime. They banned women's education. We are observing that women are gradually being isolated. Women are being excluded from social, political, and economic activities. Thousand people had to leave the country. Underage girls are forced to marriage. Parents are selling their kids to survive. Ethnic and religious minorities at the greater risk of genocide. Unlike many efforts that trying to convince public opinion at the international level about Taliban changes, Taliban had never changed. They are holding the same ideology as they had 20 years back when removed from the power. But of course, they have changed in the field of diplomacy. They become more smarter and get expertise how to deal with the international community and now how to bypass them. Taliban did not cut their ties with international terrorist groups. Various jihadi groups from different countries are hosted by Taliban in Afghanistan. Taliban are running the ideological system of governance. They don't feel them responsible against citizens and service delivery to people. In this system, there is no governance as it defined and understood in the modern liberal governance system. Taliban are not defining their roles as delivering service to the citizen. Their main governance vision is how to control the people. Taliban are applying discriminative approach on service delivery. For example, distribution international aid and humanitarian aid across Afghanistan. Community, especially ethnic groups, the Hazara community, have been marginalized. The central and local government are controlling the distribution of international aid and humanitarian aid, and those community ethnicities that Taliban have supported and sympathy are more focused by Taliban, and they are receiving more assistance, unfortunately. I would like to draw your kind attention on these issues and seeking a way to benefit all people of Afghanistan equally and in the best possible manner, especially in this moment. At this moment, the international community pledged and prioritized its help and donation in order to support Afghan people by transparent and equally distribution throughout the international organization, especially UN agency in Afghanistan. The world is now working solely to prevent famine, child malnutrition, and the hunger crisis in Afghanistan. Despite this aid, 92% of the people live below the poverty line, and the situation is getting worse every day. The mission of the food, security, health, and housing of 35 million people cannot be consistently demanded from international organizations in the long term. We should focus on peace through good governance in the local level, national level, and internal community. However, the governance system under control of Taliban is so much centralized more than ever. If suppose Taliban grant more authorization to the local level, the engagement of community and active role of the community representative can serve the best for international solidarity at the moment. The local community establishment in close collaboration of the local governance can provide better insight of the situation, prioritize and needs. Secondly, the international assistance would be led more in the result-oriented manner. The international solidarity also play a vital role for keeping the central and the local government more responsive against their service delivery and performances. Pressure on the Taliban to change their political views in this situation can accelerate the way to help the people, even with the international aid, because the Taliban don't have management, monitoring, and statistical system, will not be able to provide the service and distribute aid to work well. Despite the international community aids and efforts to maintain the security and providing better life conditions to the people and driving mandatory pressure to the Taliban to respect the human rights and women's rights, still the Taliban not able or not want to provide the service and equally aid distribution to the people. At the end, kindly requested from local government and especially honorable mayors present at this meeting. As Afghan citizen, as the second generation of the war who experienced being a refugee for the second time in my life, I would like to thank you and deeply appreciate your kindness and hospitality toward Afghan people that are now living as a refugee in your cities. Please see these people as assets to Afghanistan's future. And if you like to play a role in the long-term solution to ending the suffering of the Afghan people, give them chance and opportunity to grow and develop their potential in host community and learn from you and your society. It would be a highly important investment in our better future and peaceful world. Let's be a voice for humanity and human rights and move from words to action for city for all and peaceful world for all. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing, well, the vision that you always had as a local leader together with your personal experience. I think it's very inspiring. And beyond that, I am also very grateful because you have brought an international dimension to that experience, the importance of city-to-city cooperation, decentralized cooperation. It can be a real game changer. And I think that is something that the movement and the World Organization need to take responsibility over. Understand how important building those bridges can be during peace times, but also in conflict times and during war. It is important to ensure that people are informed in both ends of the conflict, right? And that the international community is also aware about what is happening, because what happens in a determined country can impact the rest of the world and how we live, all of us. And I think that is something that is becoming really very clear now, and we would like in United Cities and local governments that to be clearly integrated in our agenda. And that is also why we value so much our partnership with the city of Gwangju in South Korea. And our Committee on Social Inclusion and Human Rights has been working for many years now, not only around the forum that they organize, the World Human Rights Cities Forum, but around bringing this discussion and making it part and parcel of our human rights cities endeavor, right? So we're very pleased to have with us Professor Gwangju Sim. He's online with us. He has been busy already this morning with other sessions that have taken place. Professor, we're very happy that you are with us. Please do share your views and the perspective of your city promoting human rights around the world.
Thank you for the invitation. I would like to emphasize the importance of solidarity as the international asset based on the experience of Gwangju, South Korea. Many people in Korea and the human rights activists in Asia consider the Gwangju uprising as one of the most successful model achievement or movement towards democracy and human rights, especially in this part of the world, in Asia. Not many people around the world, however, do not understand the background of the prosperous economy, culture, and most importantly, the democracy of South Korea started in 1980, Gwangju Uprising. Even though many people considered it a great success, I personally consider the movement succeeded only 90%, and then 10% failure. the 90% success came from the solidarity, local, national, global. The 10% failure, again, comes from the lack of international solidarity as we have now through UCLG and the UN system, for example. I want to talk about success factors first. Gwangju has the victims' family members there to confront military government. They initiated street demonstration in spite of the strict oppression of the military government. There was, but in addition, solidarity of national organizations of laborers, students, teachers and professors, religious leaders, and opposition political leaders. In addition, there was solidarity of the world, represented mostly by, at the time, Vatican, World Council of Churches, Amnesty International, and among others. With support of the national and international organizations and activists, 1990, like 100 years after the uprising, the people began to request truth-finding of May uprising. And then the first civilian president at that time responded saying that the history will judge the truth. But without stopping, the activists requested 5 principles of investigation, punishment of the responsible of the killing, reparation of the victims, restoration of honors of the victims, and then commemoration of the uprising. Those requests or principles almost fully accomplished, but I consider it 90%. Why? The lack of 10% was because the fully functioning Truth Commission was only established in 2011, 39 years after. So even though the Truth Commission established later, still most of the 5 requests or principles were achieved, probably nearly 100%, except full investigation. Punishment was done by imperfect investigation, and then those responsible, they were pleaded guilty, sentenced to life imprisonment, for example, but they were pardoned afterwards. Reparation, almost well done. Restoration of honors, well done. Commemoration projects are fully functioning now. But still, we did not have fully operating Truth Commission earlier, before anything else. I consider it the failure I can construe from the lack of international mechanism at that time. Now, like 2011, UCLG expanded its Committee of Social Inclusion and Participatory Democracy into Social Inclusion, Participatory Democracy, and Human Rights. UNOHCHR began to have special rapporteur on transitional justice only 2012, no, 2012, yes. So last week, UN Special Rapporteur, Mr. Fabian Salvioli, visited Gwangju and Korea for the first time, and he met Truth Commission in Seoul today. If that happened 27 years ago, I believe the history should have been different. And I can say that Gwangju Uprising, the purpose of Gwangju Uprising would have been 100% fully accomplished. If this conference should have happened 27 years ago, sharing this kind of information, Korea may have even better history now. In this regard, I consider this kind of conference is really significant as one of the shows of global solidarity by UN level, by local level, now represented by UCLG. And I also, finally, I want to share my opinion that the show of solidarity should not be limited to physical support, financial support, or armament support. But this kind of solidarity should be expanded into information sharing and expert training for transitional justice. Hope we can continue our effort, collaborated effort like this, continuously through the hand of UCLG again. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, not only for your partnership and for the visionary steps that the city of Gwangju has undertaken. We all look forward to visiting South Korea in October again, and we know you will be with us as well, mobilizing this movement of human rights cities, but also for taking an example that you have experienced from close by and warning us about the lessons that we need to learn to deal with some of the conflicts that are ongoing now, the type of steps that we need to undertake, and that is a job that we usually do also with a court on acknowledgement, on investigation, on assessing truth, and making sure that we also condemn those things that we feel are happening and that do not go according to the rules that we have all agreed, but also trying to look further to actually make sure that healthy societies can emerge. And your experience around the Truth Commission is really, really inspiring. It's something that we can learn from. So I'm going to now go to Sfax, a city that is very important for us within the framework of our discussions around human mobility and migration. Sfax has been a critical partner in the project that brings the forum that is happening in the other room next door. I am very pleased to have with us Medva Diayi, the Vice Mayor of Sfax, who traveled to Lampedusa some months ago with us to visit the other side of the Mediterranean. And during that visit, the Vice Mayor shared with me, we need to think why so many people are willing to give up their lives crossing a sea. We need to understand what the causes of this are if we want to bring solutions. Now, many of the conflicts that we have been discussing, man-made conflicts, like wars, and we all have in our heads the war in Ukraine, but also the climate change. Are conflicts that are situations that are impacting youth and that can potentially scale up significantly. How does a city like Sfax, which is a city that receives migration but that also sends migrants to other parts of the world, this issue of human rights and solidarity? Vice Mayor, the floor is yours for some reflections, and then I'm going to open the floor. So please show me your hands so that I can give the floor. Vice Mayor.
Merci Emilia. Vraiment, c'est un peu difficile de parler de paix, de droits de l'homme dans une situation plus ou moins conflictuelle, d'instabilité et de guerre avec une autre forme. Nous vivons en Tunisie une transition qui dure depuis maintenant 12 ans, avec beaucoup d'incertitudes, sans parlement, sans parti politique, mais les villes sont, dans leur histoire, vivent une démocratie locale pour la première fois de notre histoire en Tunisie, et on essaie de gérer beaucoup de situations un peu compliquées. L'instabilité, la gestion quotidienne des affaires des citoyens, et aussi un flux migratoire très intense depuis maintenant 2011. Beaucoup d'arrivées de subsahariens, nos frères et sœurs des pays au sud du Grand Sahara de l'Afrique, et aussi un grand départ de nos jeunes vers la rive nord de la Méditerranée, avec presque chaque semaine, je ne vais pas dire chaque jour, des pertes humaines. Tout cela, c'est contre la paix, c'est contre les droits de l'homme. C'est vraiment une situation qui devient de plus en plus difficile à la ville, et aussi à d'autres villes voisines comme Lampedusa. Nous vivons cette situation depuis maintenant 10 ans, et ça continue toujours. Et c'est anti-droits de l'homme, c'est contre la paix. C'est pour cela que nous avons trop discuté avec monsieur le maire Toto Martello, le maire de Lampedusa, parce que eux aussi, dans cette île qui est seulement à 120 km de Sfax, et presque 70% des départs, je ne vais pas dire 80 ou 90%, des départs des traversées clandestines partent de nos côtes, de 145 km. C'est le littoral de la région de Sfax, le gouvernorat de Sfax. Et vraiment, chaque jour, on a une crise vraiment énorme de la récupération des morts, malheureusement, des victimes de ces traversées. On a une crise même au niveau municipal. On ne trouve pas où enterrer ces victimes, malheureusement. On a un grand problème dans les morgues, nos morgues, vraiment, c'est la guerre, mais d'une autre façon. C'est pour cela que la ville essaie de gérer cette situation, et vraiment avec l'apprentissage d'autres expériences, d'autres villes, on essaie de minimiser les dégâts dans une situation très compliquée. C'est l'instabilité politique, c'est la transition politique, mais je crois avec la collaboration de la CGLU, avec le soutien d'autres villes, et aussi avec la complicité entre Sfax et Lampedusa, je crois que nous pouvons même avoir le grand espoir de parler d'un parcours de paix, d'un pont de paix, peut-être d'un Méditerranée avec beaucoup d'espoir, mais je crois que nous essayons d'apprendre et de comprendre le phénomène migratoire, franchement, parce que dans notre ville, le profil est très multiple. Il y a des Tunisiens, des jeunes Tunisiens qui partent. Il y a aussi des arrivées de jeunes hommes et femmes subsahariens qui veulent s'installer, et d'autres qui veulent partir dans un contexte, comme je viens de le dire, très compliqué, mais le concept de paix persiste, le concept de droits de l'homme, des droits de l'homme est là, et surtout nous parlons souvent de dignité humaine. On dépasse le concept de droit humain à un concept peut-être plus humaniste, plus large. C'est la dignité humaine, c'est voir le phénomène migratoire comme un mouvement naturel, humain, et la ville, avec le minimum des moyens, essaie d'être présente avec aussi bien le soutien des acteurs de la société civile qui font beaucoup de choses chez nous. Et je crois que le soutien aussi de la CGLU, de l'ICMPD, de ONU Habitat, on peut faire plus, mais on est au début de chemin et je crois que apprendre des expériences d'autres villes, ça nous donne toujours l'espoir de parler des droits des migrants, des droits des citoyens, des droits des habitants, même au niveau du concept, on parle souvent de habitants, pas citoyens, et je crois que Sfax essaie d'être présente dans ces actions-là pour soutenir et assister, aider, et pourquoi pas bâtir ce pont de paix au niveau de la Méditerranée. Merci.
Merci, merci, Monsieur le maire, pour apporter cette expérience aussi, mais aussi identifier cette difficulté pour la gestion de la migration aussi comme en guerre. Hein? C'est une guerre différente, mais à la fin, c'est une guerre. Et je pense que c'est ça la discussion ici. Aujourd'hui, on a des composants importants pour la paix. Et on a des rôles à jouer comme gouvernements locaux et régionaux. Et donc, on doit identifier aussi des appuis internationaux pour faire le travail. Merci bien pour ça. So I would like to open the floor. I know we have experiences from Latin America, from Canada, from Africa in the room. The floor is yours. If I don't see any hands, then I would like to give the opportunity to maybe our partners on the call. And of course, all of you 70 people that are online are able to raise your hands as well. I can see you in my screen. Basu, some reflections from your side maybe, if I don't see any hands here, just some reflections on the work that we have been doing and what could be our next steps.
Thank you very much, Emilia. And I mean, I've been listening very intently to the situation in Afghanistan, Myanmar, and other local experiences. By the way, Professor Shin, I will be in South Korea between the 17th and the 25th of July at the invitation of your government. To come also to meet with other security experts to look at the situation around the world. So I think, Emilia, you know, as I said, we must accelerate the initiative of the municipal peace talks. And one of the things I think we can do almost immediately, I would suggest, you know, I know that UCLG does have a portal, but somewhere where we can all communicate together and share lessons. As you know, I was listening again, Professor Shin, about the Truth Commission that you talked about. You know, we in South Africa, we had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was very successful to a point on the truth side, but on the reconciliation side and the side of reparations, there were a lot of challenges. So we must share these experiences across the world. The other thing I think that we need to accelerate, Emilia, is, you know, we have found that working through UCLG Africa and mainly empowering local government officials with communication, mediation, and dialogue skills is extremely important. Because what our own prognosis indicates that there will be a rise in social and political conflict across the world, not just in developing countries, but across the world. I was with a deputy foreign minister of Austria last week, and he said that in his entire life, he had not seen any social and political unrest, but in the last 2 years in Austria, he has witnessed that. So I think across the world, we are going to see a rise in social and political conflict. This will be at the local and regional government level. And so it means that we have to skill up people at the local and regional government level. And there are so many wonderful experiences across the world that everybody can share and learn from. And let me just say lastly that, you know, as we are moving into this world where there seems to be such a breakdown in communication, I want to really stress that we have seen at a global level, at the level of our national leaders, a real breakdown in communication. And it's threatening the world order that we have built so painstakingly the last 30 years or so. And really, cities need to be put at the front and center of communication and dialogue. And the municipal peace talks, therefore, must definitely be accelerated. So I think a portal that can connect people at UCLG level will be a very, very useful thing, Amelia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for reminding us the kind of role that we can play. It is, I think it is important for us to develop that kind of relationship with the national government, with the international community, and kind of propose this, what we call the local multilateralism, right? At this moment, negotiations at other levels are kind of stuck. And you know that well, Basu, when you go to the Security Council to talk about these things. You have been there several times, and to the General Assembly. We see that it is very hard for national governments to see beyond the sovereignty issues, right? And what we're trying to bring to the discussion is a different dimension, a more people's dimension. And that implies that we need to work with our own communities and to bring this discussion to them, and they need to embrace that, right? But at the same time, we also need the international actors to understand the role that that we can play. And I am very happy to acknowledge as well the former Vice Governor of Kabul, Hanifa Yirobal, who is with us online. I see you in my computer. The room is not seeing you right now, but Hanifa, thank you very much for joining us. You have been very active talking as well on human rights, and it's really a pleasure to have you with us. So if you want to make any comments, please do raise your hand through the Zoom, and we will give you the floor. And I am looking around if there are any other comments that you would like to make. Would you like to take the floor, President? The President of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, newly appointed, fresh from the press, here with us in Seville. Welcome, President.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today and to hear some examples of local governments making the difference in people's lives across the world. This is part of the local government's value proposition to central governments to broaden the broader goals and objectives of UCLG and its members. And the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in Canada looks to secure more emergency, temporary, and permanent affordable housing and settlement services. The language, employment, and education that is so key to allow displaced persons to attach themselves to community and settle are incredibly important. And through our advocacy to the federal government, we've been very successful in addressing some of these concerns. However, the affordable housing crisis and the wait lists for social housing across the country are many years long, and we are welcoming tens of thousands of people fleeing conflict and climate crisis from across the world to Canada. But without affordable housing, we are setting up people for failure and insecurity in a new country. The discussion that we're hearing here today has been very useful to understand what's happening across different regions, to finding solutions, but I'm also interested in looking forward to discover how we can best support Ukrainian displaced persons, Afghani displaced persons, as well as people from other countries that are fleeing conflict, and being able to leverage the strength and the value proposition that local governments provide to citizens, and to ensure that we have lasting impact and that no one is truly left behind.
Thank you very much. What we are discussing in this part of the conversation is the role that we all need to play together. So the structured municipal movement, let's say, the general role that we see local governments part of that discussion with national government, as you were saying. In the sessions on the Forum on Migration, we are looking at those specific issues that we need to address when welcoming refugees and how we need to deal with that. But there is also a conversation that we will not address here, but I think I want to leave with you in your heads for the discussions that will be going on later. And that is the importance of not making difference between refugees. I think that is an elephant in the room that we need to address, because it is being very hard to see how our governments and our society are able to react in one way to one refugee and in another way to another. So if you are able to provide temporary housing for Ukrainian refugees, you need to be able to provide that kind of housing in those kind of numbers also for Afghan women that are fleeing, but also from boys and men from Sub-Saharan Africa that are crossing the Mediterranean. And that is something that I think we need to take responsibility about, because at the end of the day, in your cities, everybody is a neighbor. And so if they are not just numbers or concepts, that's something that we need to address. But I think we will try to address that throughout the conversations in the Forum of Migration. And this structured dialogue that we need to establish with the international community, also as part of the solution for addressing crisis and displacement, in the international mechanisms that will need to be set up to address this seriously, is the kind of conversation that we want to have here. So I see my colleague, the Secretary General of UCLG, MEWA, Mehmet Duman, would like to take the floor. Mehmet, a very important, active partner with a lot of experience in this field. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia. As you know, Afghanistan in my region, in the MEWA region, and Hatice Ahmedi also was representing us in the UCLG Executive Bureau and World Council in the past. But today, due to the negative situation you have explained in detail, we are having a difficulty in finding a person to speak in Nili and Afghanistan whole. Such negative situations not only directly affect the people of living there, but also complicate the efforts of international networks like ours to recover the situation. Therefore, as well as directly meeting the needs of regions like Afghanistan, we must find out how international networks can work more effectively in such challenging situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those inputs. And I know that our political representatives from the region, and in fact our co-president, Mayor Altay from Konya, is going to be joining us later today or tomorrow, and he will be addressing the Migration Forum with some very concrete examples also that they have put in place in the cities about how important it is to ensure service provision, inclusion, education, the possibility to work to people that are arriving. Work permits are a very important part of this discussion, right? So thank you very much for that. And I see that Hanifa, we see you, Hanifa. You asked for the floor. Thank you very much. Former Vice Governor of Kabul.
Thank you, Emilia. First of all, I would like to thank Richard for his thorough report on the situation of women's rights in Afghanistan. He presented it very well and fabulously. So thank you so much. And secondly, I'm really honored to be here today to speaking on Afghanistan and highlighting the situation in Afghanistan and the role of the local governance. Unfortunately, nowadays, local governance in Afghanistan too is in the hand of Taliban, a regime, just as I mentioned earlier in the first session, that don't even believe in the human rights values. So otherwise, if the Taliban believed in the human rights, it would be much easier for us to promote these values on the local levels, because the local governments are related to the people and they know what are the needs of the people. So for now, I would like to briefly point out on three issues. The first one is, just as I mentioned in the first session too, my biggest fear, not just mine, of almost 90% or 100% of the people of Afghanistan, is that we will be forgotten. We appeal to the international community to stand with us and to not forget the people of Afghanistan, not forget the crises that are going on in Afghanistan, not just the human rights crisis, but also the humanitarian crisis of Afghanistan. According to the UNDP reports that in this summer, unfortunately, 97% of Afghan population will be living under the poverty line. Which is really alarming, and we need the solidarity of the international community, and especially the solidarity of the city Sister Cities Forum and Cities Human Rights Forum. On this regard, I also want to highlight that Cities Forum can provide a monetary fund on the name of cities human rights monetary funds for the countries that are facing humanitarian crisis, including Afghanistan, Ukraine, Myanmar, and all the other countries who are currently facing the humanitarian crisis. And secondly, just as Richard mentioned, that the situation of women in Afghanistan is really dire, and they are about to be eliminated from all the spheres of the social life. So one of the biggest concerns still is not just their deprivation of the right of education, that millions of girls today in Afghanistan are deprived of the right of education, but also the right of the losing of the right of work and becoming financially independent. Unfortunately, culturally, Afghanistan is a very complex society. In Afghanistan, girls have always been a victim of harassment, and specifically, if I'm really sad to say this, but in most of the cases when families are facing economic crisis, they usually sell their daughters, which is really sad. And today in Afghanistan, thousands of girls are being sold just for the money to provide for the other children in the family or for the parents. So if we can stand with the women and the girls in Afghanistan, we can have some small projects, relief projects that can help women have an income at least. They can also work, not just a lot of women in Kabul, in the city of the Kabul, are begging today. We don't want Afghan women to be the beggars. We want to work on some projects that can really help them both in enhancing their skills and on providing an income for them, so that they won't have to sell their daughters, who can be the future generation of Afghanistan. If for example, 20 years ago or 25 years ago, my parents have done this to me, I wouldn't be able to talk in this forum today. And I'm afraid that thousands and millions of Afghan girls are facing the same situation today. And of course, I also want to echo with Richard that human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society members need our support, and the sister cities should provide support in case if they are facing danger in Afghanistan, which most of them are. A lot of the human rights defenders or prosecutors or judges who are related to the previous government are being threatened by the Taliban now, and we need to help them get out of the country. So that will be one of the biggest steps taken by the Sister Cities Forum on this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A very important message of despite the hostility of the systems that we want to transform, we need to keep contact, not for the good of those systems, but actually for the good of the communities. We cannot leave the Afghan women alone, and we should also make sure that that we don't identify the peoples with their government everywhere in the world. And both you and Mr. Bennett, the special rapporteur, were already identifying spaces where we could start to work, right? Supporting women and entrepreneurship. I think it would be really important to ensure that we promote that kind of solidarity projects also with the diasporas. Diasporas are very important in the work that local and regional governments do around the world. Thank you very much for bringing this practical experience to us. You know, United Cities and Local Governments organizes what we call the Forum of Cities and Territories for Peace. It will be taking place, a new edition next year in Bogota. The previous edition took place in Mexico, and before that in Madrid. And in that forum, we try to ensure to deal with the different aspects of conflict. I hope that the discussions here today are going to help us enrich the agenda of that forum, and certainly also deal with the harsh reality that we are going through in Ukraine right now. And we are making our best efforts to ensure that we continue dialogue also with our membership in Ukraine, supporting them as much as we can, with our membership in Russia and the Eurasia region, because that we don't agree and that we condemn with what is happening at government level does not mean that we want to break relationships. So this is the spirit of this session here today. I'm looking at the speakers on the screen and here in the room to see whether there are any additional comments that you would like to make, or whether you would prefer us to go to a wrap-up. And I see President Jurado, the president of our Forum of Regions from Ecuador, that would like to take the floor. And I also see the Secretary General of our Eurasia section, Mr. Sagitov. So you will be next. And then, Vice President, if you want some closing remarks. So, Presidente Jurado, usted la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Un saludo para todos los asistentes de manera presencial, asimismo para quienes virtualmente están conectados. Un saludo a la distancia. Sin duda, esta es la mejor riqueza que tiene nuestra organización CGLU, el de poder abordar realidades que parecen mentira. Y digo que son realidades que parecen mentira porque, desgraciadamente, cuando hemos escuchado a nuestros expositores, estamos hablando de una compra-venta de seres humanos, de seres inocentes que han dejado de ser sujetos, desgraciadamente, y son utilizados como objetos para sobrevivir. Emilia había anunciado de esa tarea que realiza CGLU a través de los foros de Ciudades por la Paz, y decirle al mundo también que en América Latina, así como se vive la realidad en el Mediterráneo, también vivimos cuestiones muy difíciles. En mi país, el Ecuador, que está en la mitad del mundo, igualmente tenemos que vivir momentos alarmantes donde hay niñas, niños lanzados en las calles, donde hay niñas y niños en las paradas de buses extendiendo las manos para que alguien se compadezca y entregue una caridad, donde niñas y niños duermen con adultos bajo las inclemencias del tiempo. Cierto que no hemos sido invitados para hablar de estos temas, pero decía Emilia, también existe programas, eventos de CGLU que abordan estas crudas realidades. Parece mentira que cuando estamos en la mitad del 2022 sigamos hablando de estas taras sociales que hablan de la pobreza humana, porque para nosotros escuchar esto es miseria humana. Por eso mi aplauso para nuestros dirigentes, para quienes somos parte de CGLU, para quienes somos parte del Foro de Regiones, de abordar estos temas acá. Mientras nosotros estamos preocupados por sembrar vidas a través de diferentes acciones, qué pena que haya también territorios donde acaben con vida de mujeres particularmente inocentes. Nuestra solidaridad con quienes viven esta cruda realidad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, presidente, y un claro refuerzo de ese mandato que se nos ha dado a la Secretaría y a la organización para seguir trabajando en esta dirección. I would now like to give the floor to the Secretary General of UCLG Eurasia, Mr. Rashik Shagitov, and then I see that Richard Bennett, the Special Rapporteur, has also raised his hand. You will go next, sir. Rashik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia, for giving me the floor. Things that I want to tell to this community is that local governments do not start wars and they don't have measures to continue wars, but sometimes people living in our cities suffer very much from these wars. In this situation, which is not very simple for our organization, the only thing that I want, we, together with you, we must keep the unity of the organizations. Regardless whatever happens, regardless whatever people say, we must be one family. And also I can repeat once again that political leadership of the UCLG Eurasia will not make any steps for isolation of the organization from the World Municipal Movement, from the UCLG World Organization. This is essential, and I think that we will pass these difficult times and will continue to be together, will continue to be one family, and I think that one day we will be, the world will be better. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Rashik. We are all very conscious of the difficult times that are being experienced in your region as well, due to the conflicts that are ongoing, and thank you for these words. I'm going now to the Special Rapporteur, Richard. Some additional remarks from your side.
Thank you, Messias. I will be very brief, and I risk stating the obvious because I think it's really clear. But I wanted to reinforce the point in any case. You have heard directly from two very impressive Afghan women, Khadija Zara Ahmadi and Hanifa Jirawal. Afghan women don't need a special rapporteur or anyone else to speak for them. That is so clear. All they need is the opportunity to speak. And I would like to thank you for giving them that opportunity. Unfortunately, there are no women, they have both been serving in local government in Afghanistan. Right now, with the Taliban regime, there are no Afghan women able to continue in either central government or in local government in a responsible position. Most of them are forced to leave the country. the country is desperately missing these vital resources. It's an incredibly serious and a tragic, sad situation that needs to be resisted in all peaceful ways. So this was my main point. My other 2 points is, one is about human rights defenders. I agree completely that they need protection, but also remind everyone that human rights defenders come in different forms, and the definition needs to be drawn broadly. I met, for example, recently with Afghan judges and Afghan prosecutors who are still in Afghanistan, who have not been able to get out, and who are at risk not only from the Taliban, but also from all the released prisoners. The Taliban emptied the jails, and they are subject to retaliation by these prisoners. So I'm in touch regularly with the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, Mary Lawler. I met her in Geneva last week, and we will work together to continue to try and provide opportunities for protection for human rights defenders. Linked to that, as Ms. Ahmadi has said, the people that are leaving Afghanistan have immense capacity and are an enormous asset to the countries where they resettle. So I congratulate those countries who have received them, and I congratulate those as well, and there are some that are not labeling them as refugees, but as a special category of people who are forced to resettle in other countries due to the unfortunate situation they face. And finally, very quickly, when I was in Afghanistan, almost every Afghan group I spoke to raised the issue that Ms. Ahmadi raised about the uneven distribution of aid and the need to ensure proper, careful distribution that is fully monitored to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches the people it ought to reach, whether they are ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, single women-headed households, and other marginalized groups. So I wanted to support her call in that respect as well. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity to contribute and participate today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, the organizers.
Well, thank you very much for those reflections. And indeed, believe me, all the Afghan women that I have met do not need anybody to speak on their behalf. But it is important to amplify their voices as much as possible and for them to feel that there is solidarity there. And solidarity is the first pillar of our UCLG peace agenda, making sure that we are supporting those that need it most. We have solidarity funds that are being deployed at local level. We are trying to mobilize as much support as we can in different parts of the world for some of the crises that we are facing, and of course also the Ukrainian, the effects of the invasion. Partnerships is the second pillar, and this is why you are joining us, and for us it is extremely important that we keep our relationship with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights going, because we need to make sure that the territorial, the local government perspective is understood, and we also need to take responsibilities about some of the things that we need to do better, right? And that's where our campaign on cities and human rights comes in. And our forum on cities and territories for peace. And then finally, the third pillar is keeping those bridges open. It's hard to talk with each other sometimes when you don't agree. And it's hard to sit at the same table when you see that there are injustices that are being committed, and sometimes you feel as if you are walking towards a dead end, right? But no conversation and no dialogue is wasted. And so I hope that this discussion today, this morning, but also those that are going to follow later this week can raise our hopes and guide us in the right direction. We're going to, there is a video, I understand, from a special rapporteur on Myanmar. It's a long video. We are not going to play it now. It's going to be in UCLG TV. You can find it through our platform, UCLG Meets. It's worth your while, but I prefer to give the floor to all of those that were in the room today. But don't miss it. Please do go into our portal and you will find it there. Now some closing remarks from our Vice President. Carola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much for all these important interventions. It has been very interesting to listen to you, but I must say that it has also been heartbreaking because the situation is very, very dangerous in many places all over the world. There are different types of crises. Today we have talked a lot about war, but there are also crises due to climate change, crises due to the pandemic, as we have seen now during the last 2 years. But all these crises have one thing in common, and that's that the most vulnerable citizens are hit the hardest of these crises. And it's almost always women and girls. So therefore, I think it has been very important to highlight also the situation of women and girls today. Finally, I would like to say that this discussion has shown us how important the local level is. The local level is important to avoid crises, but also to take responsibility for the recovery after crisis. And then we need to highlight the importance of the local level. UCLG is an important part of the United Nations and their system. We, as representatives of national associations, has a very important role to play to have discussions with our governments. And finally, the local level, the municipalities, the cities, the villages, and the regions are so important in having these discussions with their citizens, because together we can make a change. And I would like to conclude by saying, as I said in the very beginning of this session, peace, democracy, and gender equality are the cornerstones to build a sustainable society. Thank you, everyone, for taking part and listening to this morning's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, in the virtual room as well, all the many participants that have been following this discussion. There will be more this afternoon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Pacifique. La nuit leur donna 2 enfants, un curieux et un sympathique, qui écoutait passer le temps. Le premier, toujours en retard, l'autre debout tous les matins. Le premier a pris la guitare, l'autre étudiant politicien. L'inspiré resta au village, il devint simple musicien. Le pressé partit en voyage pour se faire oublier des siens. L'a étudié 10 ans à l'université.
Recording stop.
L'a étudié comment manager les gens. L'a étudié comment marche la planche à billets. L'a fait un petit coup d'état, monter son petit gouvernement. Y'a qu'à danser, la main nous donne du poisson. Y'a qu'à danser, les femmes nous donnent des enfants. Y'a qu'à danser, la canne à sucre nous fait le rhum. Y'a qu'à danser et regarder passer le temps. Sur une île de tropiques, un jour déboula les gendarmes pour nous dire d'un air tragique: dégagez-moi tous ces cabanes. Faut pas faire chier, gendarme, faut nous laisser danser. Faut pas faire chier, gendarme, ça c'est la plage où on est né. Le gendarme, il voulait rien savoir, il a appliqué le règlement. Il a sorti son arme, dézingué la moitié des gens. Y'a qu'à chanter, y'a qu'à danser, y'a plus personne pour danser. Y'a qu'à jouer, y'a qu'à aimer, y'a plus personne à aimer. Le frérot, le musicien, sachant son frère politicien, au bureau de ce dernier, se rendit d'un pas décidé. Le pressé, que deviens-tu? Sais-tu qu'au village on nous tue, qu'on fout le feu à nos cabanes, qu'on nous empêche de vivre nus? Mon frérot, comprendre par ma position, mon frérot, je suis chef des institutions. Et vois-tu, cher ami, si les gens savaient d'où je viens, bien vois-tu, cher ami, je ne serai plus politicien. C'est pourquoi, cher monsieur, j'ai donné l'ordre d'évacuer sans attendre dans la nuit les gens de l'île où je suis né. Mon frérot, dit le musicien, tu t'es perdu dans tes papiers. Toi qui n'as jamais su nager, tes yeux semblent s'emplir de larmes. Je m'en vais laisser te noyer. Pacifique, la mort reprit les 2 enfants, l'un heureux de sa musique, l'autre rongé par ses tourments. Y'a qu'à danser, la main nous donne du poisson. Y'a qu'à danser, les femmes nous donnent des enfants. Y'a qu'à danser, la canne à sucre nous fait le rhum. Y'a qu'à danser, regardez passer le temps. Danser, la main nous donne du poisson. Y'a qu'à danser, les femmes nous donnent des enfants. Y'a qu'à danser, les étoiles nous guident dans l'océan. Y'a
qu'à danser, regardez passer le temps.
Oye China, los lamentos de este amante desgraciado que la fortuna le ha dado. Pesaré y sentimiento, la alegría y el contento se apartan de mi persona, que la cuenta la usted. Por favor, tú me estás matando, yo no puedo más. Yo me voy contigo donde tú me quieras llevar. Señora, aquí está el cochero que viene muy diutado, que dice que la manda a ella una carta al correo y le ha parecido feo que le llamé sin galón, que la cuenta la usted. Por favor, tú me estás matando, yo no puedo más. Yo me voy contigo donde tú me quieras llevar. La vereda de medio, despacito y caminando, y en su mente cavilando, pensamiento y deseo, con su vara le va dando, y a la piedra del camino que la cuenta la usted. Por favor, tú me estás matando, yo no puedo más. Yo me voy contigo donde tú me quieras llevar.
napon át az összes villamos, illetve helyérdekű vasutat igénybe véve kb. 10-12 kilométeres körben.
Nabora lang saraboido, nabora lang kundara, nabora lang kunsitel. Kalumo, 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 kalumo. Hey. Nabora lang consider, nabora lang gawalto, nabora lang yugun kun. Si ayote futa jalo, belle labade. Si ayote bajarto, chandi labade. Si ayote saraboido, kosan labada. Nabora lang kunara. Nabora lan saraboido, nabora lan kunsitel. Nabora lang saraboido, nabora lang gawaldo, nabora lang tauya. Kalumo, 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 kalumo. Nabora lang bayardo.
بتنجح بكرة بتنجح وضش أيامك حلوة جميلة. أرجوز فرفش خليك رايق، أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايق، أرجوز فرفش خليك رايق، أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايق. فكر واجدح في أعمالك، فكر واجدح في أعمالك، لازم تنجح ويصبح حالك كله سعادة حلوة جميلة. خليك رايق، أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايق، أرجوز فرفش خليك رايق، أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايع فكر وابدح في أعمالك فكر وابدح في أعمالك لازم تنجح ويصبح حالك كل سعادة حلوة جميلة عميلة خليك رايق أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايق أرجوز فرفش خليك رايق أرجوز فرفش ما تكون ضايق فكر واجدح في أعمالك فكر واجدح في أعمالك لازم تنجح ويصبح حالك كل سعادة حلوة جميلة بكرة بتنجح وتعيش أيامك وتعيش أيامك حلوة جميلة
Yuma amor, llegado el momento de la última hoja en blanco, la que nunca dice nada, la que solo habla de amor. Ya si empieza un nuevo viaje que de tanto hilar tan fino, a lo mejor no es lo mejor, oh sí, pero no se sabe. Yo te peinaba el alma como el sol de un nuevo día a la mañana, a la mañana. Te peinaba el alma como un sol de un nuevo día a la mañana, a la mañana. Caricias me dabas cuando eras la capa que me hacía invisible a las cosas de la vida mala, la vida mala. Yo te peinaba el alma como el sol de un nuevo día a la mañana, a la mañana. Te peinaba el alma como un sol de un nuevo día a la mañana, a la mañana. Te peinaba el alma.
شريك تحياتي هاديك هي نيتي هاديك هي نيتي إلا خفتي غير كذبتي أختي يا شي راه مشيتي لا نمساوان ما تخطبيشي واش ما لقاك شي كامل حبي راه تشفيني وشنو ذنبي عرفتي الحب ما فيه كذوب يمكن غلبتي انا مغلوب يكفي غلبتي انا مغلوب مرحبا مرحبا هذا المكتوب اختي يا جي راه مشيتي لا نمساوان ما تغضبيشي لا 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 لا
فوق الحجرة جالسة تبكي كان صرخها في الأسرة ولم يعد فلمن تشكي تهدم البيت انكسر هوى ضحيتها الفتكي بين اليمنة واليسرى رواية القصف تحكي ترى وما لها تمطر جمرا ما للرب هل عطرا أم في الأرض مختبرا ما دنبينا الأخرى وما العبرة فيما جرى ما للنور تفجرا وما له ولما هجرا
مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة وجنود مكتوب مكتوب ولا كلمة في القاموس مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة وجنود مكتوب مكتوب ولا كلمة في القاموس
مكتوب العصور مكتوب الزهور حكايات الحور الحزن والسرور مكتوب السطور والريح والبذور
فاطمة فوق الحجر جالسة تبكي تبكي
متى تهدى الدروب وهل رحل الغروب على بعض الشعوب خصامات القلوب بماد القروب والطيش والهروب
فاطمة فوق الحجر جالسة تبكي تبكي مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة وجنود مكتوب مكتوب ولا كلمة في القاموس مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة وجنود مكتوب مكتوب ولا كلمة في القاموس مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة وجنود مكتوب مكتوب ولا كلمة في القاموس مكتوب مكتوب ولا عمدجة
والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا ضللها كان ولا نارها نقهرنك هلا السن والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا ورقا يهدكا جنازك وأنديا ديا والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا ورقا يهدكا جنازك وأنديا ديا والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا دق من سنتين مجرد سالم يختم من دم والدنيا فلوى ضللها كان غوالا
you have with a simple you and me. It's the familiar song we've known so long. It never got so to me, as long as you're next to me. Can't feel both feet on the ground. Whenever you're next to me, center of gravity. Can't feel both feet on the ground.
Faz-me sentir boa doçura, entoana-me modo canção, realizar o sonho de meu, nunca mais temer de boca do mundo. Faz-me sentir boa doçura, entoana-me modo canção, realizar o sonho de meu, nunca mais ter medo de boca do mundo. Amar bom amor, nada na boa felicidade, dia a dia mais grande, até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro. Amar bom amor, nada na boa felicidade, dia a dia mais grande, até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro. Fazem-me sentir boa doçura, entoana-me modo canção, realizando o sonho de meu. Nunca mais tem medo de boca do mundo. Fazem-me sentir boa doçura, entoana-me modo canção, realizando o sonho de meu. Nunca mais tem medo de boca do mundo. Amar bom amor, nada na boa felicidade, dia a dia mais grande, até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro. Amar bom amor, nada na boa felicidade, dia a dia mais grande, até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro. Até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro. Até ser luz, espraia no mundo inteiro.
Glad to see you. I had a funny dream and you were wearing funny shoes. You were going to a dance. You were dressed like a punk, but you were too young to remember. I'm glad to see you. I'm outside the house and not thinking right today. I've got no energy. I'm glad that you were waiting with me. Tell me all about your day. Breaking off this misery. I see a wilderness for you and me, punctuated by philosophy. I'm wondering how things could have been. I'm happy for you. You made a heart for me. I counted on your company. You were staying with your friends tonight. I'm feeling sorry for myself. I keep taking everything to be a sign. I'm happy for you, but now I know this hurt is poison too sharp to be bland. I'm sitting on my empty bed. I'm on my empty bed at night. The fever grows, it's pounding, pounding. I'd rather be in Tokyo. I'd rather listen to Thin Lizzy and watch the Sunday Gang in Harajuku. There's something wrong with me. I'm a cuckoo. like it was the last in the world, and protect the wayward child. But I'm a little lost sheep, I need my boat deep, you know I need my shepherd dear tonight. Breaking off this misery, I see a wilderness for you and me, punctuated by philosophy. I'm wondering how things could have been. I'd like to see you, but really I should stay away and let you settle down. I've got no claims to your crown. I was the boss of you and I loved you, you know I loved you. It's all over now. And I was there for you when you were lonely. I was there when you were bad. I was there when you were sad. Now it's the time of need. I'm thinking, do I have to need to get you by my side? I'd rather be in Tokyo. I'd rather listen to Thin Lizzy-O and watch the Sunday Gang in Harajuku. There's something wrong with me, I'm a cuckoo.
So we meet again after several years of separation, moving on, moving around. They will spend this time chasing the other's tail, singing, oh, 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 oh. I can never belong to you. Oh, 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 oh. I can never belong to you. Winter and spring, summer and fall, summer and fall. You're the windsurfer crossing the ocean, I'm the boat behind. Skiffle and ride, shuffling wall. You're the up-tiptoe ballerina, I'm the chorus line. Singing, oh, 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 oh. I can never belong to you. I can never belong to you. salt. Through the air is a fluffy cloud falling down its rain. But oh, 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 I can never belong to you. Oh, 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 I can never belong to you. I can never belong to you. I can never belong to you. I'd rather dance with you than talk with you. So why don't we just move into the other room? A space for us to shake and hear like this tune. Even if I could hear what you said, I doubt my reply would be interesting for you to hear, because I haven't read a single book of yours. And the only film I saw, I didn't like it at all. I'd rather dance and talk with you. I'd rather dance and talk with you. I'd rather dance and talk with you. The music's too loud and the noise from the crowd increases the chance of misinterpretation. So let your hips do the talking. I'll make you laugh by acting like the guy who sings. And you'll make me smile by really getting into the swing. Getting into the swing, 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 getting into the swing. I'd rather dance, I'd rather dance and talk, getting into the swing, getting into the. I'd rather dance, I'd rather dance and talk with you. I'd rather dance, I'd rather dance and talk with you. I'd rather dance, I'd rather dance and talk with you. I'd rather dance with you. I'd rather dance with you.
Juanito, Macandé, agua.
Cama, matón, de ti.
Imagina, dibújate un paisaje. Deja tu mente volar, será un lindo viaje. Improvisa, deja salir a lo que nace, a lo que nace. muchos soles, muchas estrellas, hay muchas nubes, vuela con ellas. Hay muchos soles, muchas estrellas.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome those of you that are joining us virtually, 72 participants I see in my screen. Thank you for joining us to this afternoon session of the first day of both the Mediterranean Migration Forum and the United Cities and Local Governments Executive Bureau. The session that we are going to start now is on the new urban agenda. We call it the new urban agenda under review because, as you know, this very relevant outcome document of the United Nations that was adopted in Quito in 2016 has been under review this year. And we have been in New York with an important delegation of mayors to actually make the case for additional resources for this agenda, but also for a more significant space for this agenda in the development policies of the United Nations, but also the rest of the multilateral system. The new urban agenda is an important trigger of all the other global goals that we have adopted in the past. And this is why United Cities and Local Government has even a dedicated policy council to this topic, to the new urban agenda. I am very pleased to be joined here today by Barry Brabanovich. He's UCLG Treasurer, the Mayor of Kitchener, and he will be chairing this session. Barry, you have the floor.
Well, wonderful. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone here in Sevilla, and also those joining us virtually via Zoom from all around our global family of local governments around the world. And it's wonderful to see a number of familiar faces here. But I particularly want to recognize our UCLG Special Envoy to the United Nations for the New Urban Agenda, Carlos Martinez, who is joining us virtually as well, and I know is eager to hear the inputs of all of the participants in this afternoon's session. Good afternoon, UCL colleagues and friends of local and regional governments. Let me begin by thanking our friends here in the city of Sevilla, together with FAMC, for hosting our Executive Bureau meeting, our first officially in-person, not our first meeting, but our first officially in-person spring Executive Bureau meeting with a virtual option since the beginning of the pandemic more than 2 years ago. Let's be honest, the last 2 years have been a challenge, unlike anything that we have experienced since the birth of our UCLG organization in 2004. And quite honestly, since the beginning of our global local government movement in Ghent, Belgium, back in 1913, more than 100 years ago and shortly before the last global pandemic of the Spanish flu in 1918. Like then, so it was even more so today, where our cities and our regions were at the forefront of the response. As we look at the time in a post-COVID world, we've learned that we have to live in a world where the virus remains with us, and that we not only need to build back better, but we must also build back differently. And through this, it's fair to say that we're living in a tense, unequal world, and that we're at a crossroads. We face crises that continue to expose our system's shortcomings and roll back the right to the city and increased inequalities. While in recent years, local public services have been key to protecting our communities, we continue to see an endemic lack of resources in many parts of the world, and above all, an imbalance between both powers and responsibilities. This is a consequence of a lack of commitment to implementing the universal development agendas, and particularly to the new urban agenda, which is a clear accelerator of the 2030 agenda, something that so many of us are committed to. Even in my own country, I can acknowledge that our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, recently accepted the role of co-chair of the UN Sustainable Development Goals Advocates Group together with Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley of Barbados. Our government has been working with our own national association, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, on the Sustainable Development Goals, on issues such as the New Urban Agenda and others, but we know there is still much work to be done. To achieve the transformative potential of the Universal Development Agendas, we need effective implementation from the bottom up. Effective coordination mechanisms, establishing synergies, interlinkages, and partnerships between spheres of government and stakeholders remain essential to transform our shared commitments into effective actions. The progress on the implementation of the New Urban Agenda shows that few countries, in fact, have in place the policies, or more importantly, the capacity to make it a reality. And the document is not seen as for what it really is, a key lever for the acceleration for the agendas and for policy coordination amongst all actors. Within this context, it's critical that the international system rises to the tasks and ensures that the New Urban Agenda is front and center in the achievement of the Universal Development Agenda and follows up on the commitments made by all actors at the high-level meeting of the UN General Assembly on the New Urban Agenda that took place in April 2022, and one where our own UCLG family participated in. The World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments, which met at the high-level meeting and which is acknowledged within the Quito Outcome Document, paragraph 169, as a review and follow-up mechanism of the New Urban Agenda, will be key in this endeavor, ensuring that local and regional governments and its constituency are driving the achievement of these shared objectives. Building on the outcomes of the last convening of the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments at the high-level meeting, and as we head towards the 11th session of the World Urban Forum, in which the World Assembly will look at the New Urban Agenda with a focus on peace and addressing our current emergencies, today's session will allow our members and partners to take stock of both our achievements as well as our challenges and prepare messages for a renewed phase in advocacy towards the realization of the New Urban Agenda. And in helping us do so today, we have a number of colleagues from around the world who will be speaking, and then we have an open discussion. The speakers today that we have include Fernando Gray, the mayor of Esteban Echeverria online, Becca Stofile, the president of the South African Local Government Association, who's here beside me in person, Alba Barnusel, the mayor of Granola online, Jeannie Birch, the president of the General Assembly of Partners. Hi, it's great to see Jeannie on the Zoom screen, and Miguel Angel Lungi, the mayor of Tandale, who's also joining us online. And so with that, colleagues, I'll begin by turning the floor to Fernando Gray, and I see that Mayor Fernando has been able to connect and has joined us. And now the floor is yours, Señor Fernando.
Gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Estimada Secretaria General de CGLU, querida Emilia Sáenz, consejeros y consejeros políticos, estimadas y estimados colegas. Muchas gracias por esta instancia de diálogo e intercambio y agradezco especialmente la posibilidad de representar hoy a los gobiernos locales de Latinoamérica en mi carácter de presidente de Mercociudades e intendente de la localidad de Esteban Echeverría. Desde Mercociudades, una red de 364 ciudades latinoamericanas con presencia en 10 países y que representa más de 120 millones de habitantes, llevamos adelante una agenda centrada en la inclusión, la igualdad y la pluralidad de voces en el respeto por la diversidad y la solidaridad entre las personas y entre las ciudades. Además, como representantes de la sección regional latinoamericana de CGLU, fomentamos la sostenibilidad, la cooperación y el derecho a las ciudades habitables. En 26 años de experiencia en desarrollo social, resiliencia y cooperación internacional, nuestras ciudades siempre han significado un fuerte compromiso con la agenda de derechos e igualdad entre las personas, sea cual fuere su identidad y expresión de género, etnia, credo, nacionalidad y cultura. Y en este sentido nos esforzamos por reducir la asimetría e inequidades dentro y entre nuestras comunidades para construir ciudades saludables, inclusivas y abiertas. Quisiera resaltar que dado que nuestras ciudades comprenden un territorio de paz que alberga todas las culturas, religiones y etnias, buscamos dar respuesta al escenario global que desplaza a las comunidades por razones forzadas. De este modo, Mercociudades ofrece todos los dispositivos para brindar asistencia a las víctimas que buscan internacional de agencia. Sin duda, nuestras ciudades siempre han creado un entorno de unión, concordia y armonía, están comprometidas con la diversidad cultural, por lo que hemos apoyado y firmado la Declaración de Marrakech, promovemos acciones contra el racismo y la discriminación e implementamos una campaña denominada La diversidad que hay en ti, como una clara apuesta a una migración abierta e igualitaria. En lo que respecta puntualmente a la implementación de la nueva agenda urbana, como es nuestra costumbre, desarrollamos un trabajo colaborativo entre las ciudades para elaborar nuestro posicionamiento ante la implementación de la misma a partir de encuentros entre los funcionarios y equipos técnicos que forman parte de las áreas específicas. Se diseñó ejes centrales de nuestra región. Luego, se socializó el predocumento con todas las ciudades y se diseñó una encuesta abierta para que hicieran aportes a partir de los contextos específicos y sus iniciativas. Una vez recopilada toda la información, se convocó un ámbito de encuentro de cierre de las ciudades de la red con representantes de CGLU, ONU Habitat, ICLEI, SHICOM, CEPAL y la red de gestión de áreas metropolitanas. A partir de los valiosos aportes de las organizaciones internacionales, se elaboró finalmente el documento de posicionamiento de Mercociudades ante la nueva agenda urbana. En este sentido, buscamos dar cuenta de las problemáticas del sur global con la perspectiva de Latinoamérica. Además, resulta prioritario destacar que a partir de la crisis sanitaria, las desigualdades de las naciones periféricas se han agravado, particularmente por estar presionadas por el endeudamiento, la pobreza y la escalada inflacionaria de los alimentos. Sin embargo, los significativos cambios sociales, sanitarios, demográficos y ambientales han arrojado un mapa de mayores asimetrías, por lo que la nueva agenda urbana constituye una excelente herramienta para profundizar dimensiones específicas, tales como la desigualdad social, de género, etaria, territorial, étnica y tecnológica. Destacamos también una geografía de desventajas concentradas, que ha surgido en las naciones periféricas. De esta manera, este escenario expresa una nueva morfología de exclusión social, sintetizada en juventudes desempleadas o subempleadas, adultas y adultos mayores en situación de vulnerabilidad y colectivos sociales sin el pleno ejercicio de los derechos. Por otro, continúa la profundización de políticas de inclusión desde Latinoamérica. Podemos brindar aportes para la nueva agenda que puedan propiciar el paso de la teoría a la praxis. Particularmente, se observa una escasa referencia a los modos de alcanzar prácticas más equitativas entre los géneros y los grupos etarios, no solo en las ciudades metropolitanas, sino también en las intermedias y periféricas. Asimismo, es necesario señalar que muchas de las problemáticas que afectan especialmente a las ciudades intermedias y periféricas demandan un abordaje específico, por lo que sería oportuno dar cuenta de la realidad particular de los territorios más desfavorecidos. Queremos recordar también la necesidad de la nueva agenda urbana tome cuenta de la problemática del acceso deficitario a la vivienda. Particularmente en Latinoamérica se presentan profundas inequidades entre las ciudades y hacia el interior de las comunidades. Con clara evidencia, en el Cono Sur el derecho a la vivienda aún permanece inaccesible, por lo que es prioritario considerar esta realidad. Por su parte, la seguridad ciudadana es una dimensión clave para construir ciudades más habitables. Muchos de los gobiernos de la región han desarrollado estrategias e implementado políticas tendientes a mejorar la calidad de vida de las comunidades y prevenir la violencia y la criminalidad. Nuestras ciudades se esfuerzan por localizar los ODS a través de iniciativas con resultados muy auspiciosos. Para potenciar estas experiencias, sería importante entonces dinamizar mecanismos eficientes desde los organismos internacionales hacia los gobiernos locales, para que estos puedan transversalizar los cambios en todas las dimensiones de la vida cotidiana. Tal como lo enuncia el eslogan de la última cumbre de Esteban Echeverría, los gobiernos locales siempre estamos. Por ello, buscamos robustecer las públicas centradas en las mujeres, la juventud, las y los mayores y las disidencias en virtud del futuro sostenible que buscamos construir a partir de una agenda urbana que nos contemple a todas y todos. Desde Mercociudades expresamos nuestro más profundo compromiso por implementar una nueva agenda urbana que propicie ciudades resilientes en las que prevalezcan la inclusión y la igualdad en armonía con el entorno. Muchas gracias a todos y todas.
Gracias por su intervención, alcalde Gray. Es importante escuchar las perspectivas de Americana Latina y los desafíos de las ciudades y regiones del sur global mientras discutimos la nueva agenda urbana. Thank you, Mayor Gray, for your intervention. It was important for all of us to hear the perspectives of our Latin America friends. We'll now move over to another continent, and I will give the floor to my colleague to my left, Becca Stofile, the president of the South African Local Government Association. Becca, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Barry, and greetings to the panelists that are linked here. I think you raised an important issue in your opening when you refer to UCLG as a global movement, that its intention is to address and deal with matters that face local government. I think my starting point will be the new urban agenda provides an opportunity to tutorial and accelerate the achievement of the universal development. The pandemic has taught us that the responsibility for ensuring all population have access to quality public local services lies within local government. Metropolitan and regional governments, we continue to see an endemic lack of resources in many parts of the world, and above all, imbalances between powers and responsibilities when it comes to local public services. Effective coordination, mechanism, establishing synergies, interlinkages, and partnership between spheres of government and stakeholders remain essential to transform our shared commitments into effective actions. New urban agenda is a key lever for the acceleration of the agenda and for policy coordination among all actors. The World Assembly of Local and Regional Government, which is acknowledged with an Quito Outcomes Document, paragraph 169, as a review and follow-up mechanism on the new urban agenda will be key in this endeavor, ensuring that local and regional government constituencies is driving the achievement of these shared objectives. To achieve the new urban agenda, we need to transform models of production and consumption and ensure that the most vulnerable of our populations are protected. The right to safe and affordable housing, to health, to basic services, to a clean environment, to quality public education are as necessary now as they were when the new urban agenda was adopted. The transformation in our models of production, consumption, and development must consider rapid and unprecedented changes that we are confronted with today, such as rapid urbanization, climate change, natural and human-induced disasters, disruptive technologies, etc. The right to the city approach highlighted in the new urban agenda, which underlines the relevance of the right to the city principles to reclaim urban spaces as collective place for communities that prioritize the social function of the city remains key in our goal. We remain to the new systems of governance and ensure that local and regional governance have a seat at the global decision-making table to guarantee that policy reflects the priorities of our communities. In sense, we say it is important for us to at all material times, at all levels, to argue this point that affects our communities. We must facilitate the inclusion of the urban poor and those living and working in informality in society and establish mechanisms for participation in urban governance. Only through multi-level governance, following principles of accountability, participation, democracy, and transparency can truly make our cities sustainable, inclusive, and equal. It is our joint duty to put additional efforts in place in drawing more attention to the new urban agenda as critical building block for the achievement of the SDGs. The Paris Agreement and framework, among others, and call on national government to recognize the critical role that local and regional government plays toward sustainable development. Achievement of the SDGs, including but not limited to SDG 11 and the new urban agenda, requires countries to adopt national urban policies to localize these global collective objectives. In South Africa, the Cabinet has adopted an integrated urban development framework. It identifies 4 strategic goals and 9 levers that seek to advance the various goals. Organized local government was instrumental in both in conceptualization of development and implementation of the UDF. The IUDF, together with other issue-specific policies like to specific goals drawn on from Constitution of the country, this places metropolitan and local government at the heart of developing on the new urban agenda and, by extension, the SDGs. The collaboration between organized local government and the national government department responsible for cooperative governance in the country, SDGs, policymakers, planning, budgeting, and reporting on the SDG local government have thus informed country reports on SDG. A new metropolitan government have started their new own voluntary local government. This is still at early stages, but demonstrate commitment by municipalities both to localize and deliver on the SDGs. and to report on their initiatives. We call on all our local and international partners to guide and support these initiatives across all member countries in all ways possible, because working together and within our communities and changing their condition, it lies to the leadership in the local space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Stofile. I think you touched on a number of important themes, including the right to affordable housing, quality education, and others that are more important today, or as important today, as they were when the new urban agenda was adopted in Quito, and also the importance of adopting and localizing national urban policies. We'll now move to another continent in front of us today, and I'll give the floor to the Mayor of Granollers, Alba Barnusel. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenos días a todos y a todas. Y es un placer estrenarme hoy como nueva alcaldesa de Granollers desde hace reciente 2 meses aquí en CGLU. Para continuar con el trabajo de mi antecesor, Josep Mayoral, a quien algunos de vosotros y vosotras conocéis bien, tanto en el ámbito de CGLU, en el ámbito internacional y, por supuesto, también en el ámbito de mi ciudad. Por lo tanto, aprovecho este momento también para ponerme a disposición de todas y todas como alcaldesa de Granollers para seguir colaborando y trabajando y compartiendo sobre todo retos y estrategias. Empiezo con una breve descripción de Granollers. Para quien no conozca la ciudad, es una ciudad mediana e intermedia de España, muy cerca de Barcelona, a 30 kilómetros, de 62.000 habitantes. Una ciudad real de 150.000 habitantes, por lo tanto un poco más grande de los 62.000, y trabajamos muy conjuntamente con todo el entorno. Forma parte también de esta segunda corona metropolitana de Barcelona y, por tanto, de una red de municipios de esta segunda corona metropolitana cerca de la gran capital. Nos gusta mucho y, como decía, trabajar compartiendo, con alianzas y con la suma, porque es la única manera de afrontar los retos que tenemos. Y, como bien se ha dicho, creo firmemente que es desde los municipios y desde los gobiernos locales cómo podemos dar respuesta mejor a nuestras demandas, lo que demandan los territorios y sobre todo los ciudadanos y ciudadanas, para vivir en ellos mucho mejor. La nueva agenda urbana, ¿qué nos ofrece? Y qué nos ha ofrecido también, qué nos está ofreciendo a nuestra ciudad como Granollers. Nos ofrece un marco para orientar la transformación de nuestros pueblos y ciudades y territorios hacia territorios más verdes, sostenibles, saludables, que ofrezcan oportunidades para todas las personas, sin dejar a nadie atrás. Una transformación que empieza en cada uno de nuestros territorios y que necesita sobre todo de la acción de todos y todas, acciones individuales y sobre todo acciones colectivas, la suma, como decía. Y se trata de traducir criterios globales a la realidad de cada una de nuestras ciudades a través de acciones concretas, con proyectos, estos sí, compartidos con la ciudadanía. En Granollers, me remonto hace un año, empezamos a definir el plan estratégico de la ciudad con horizonte 2030. ¿Y qué nos piden después de un año que estamos a punto de aprobarlo? Ciudadanos y ciudadanas desean ciudades más saludables, más resilientes, más sostenibles y más cohesionadas. Esto, durante todo el proceso de participación, es los objetivos y las líneas bases que nos han salido en cualquier sesión de trabajo. Esta misma tarde, dentro de pocas horas, voy a reunirme con el Consejo de Ciudad para acordar definitivamente el plan estratégico y ya llevarlo a aprobación de no solo el gobierno municipal, sino de todos los grupos municipales y de todo el consistorio dentro de 15 días. Es un plan alineado con las agendas globales y sobre todo con la nueva agenda urbana, tanto europea, española, catalana, que tiene la voluntad que la ciudad esté preparada para afrontar los retos globales, contribuyendo a nivel local a través de proyectos que respondan, como decía antes, a la realidad concreta de Granollers, y no solamente de Granollers, sino sobre todo también de su entorno. Por lo tanto, este plan estratégico que aprobaremos en breve es la base para elaborar el plan de acción para implementar la agenda urbana a nivel local y en Granollers. Un proceso que le hemos dado mucha importancia a la participación, a la colaboración y a la co-creación. Iniciamos, como decía, hace casi un año y ha implicado más de 1.400 personas y han salido a través de más de 30 actividades unas 1.000 propuestas. Y a partir de todas el análisis de estas 1.000 propuestas, nos hemos comprometido con 3 misiones que son fruto del acuerdo con todos los agentes privados, públicos, sociales de la ciudad y también del acuerdo político de todos los grupos políticos presentes en el consistorio. La primera misión es Granollers, ciudad neutra en carbono y resiliente ante la emergencia climática. La segunda es Granollers, ciudad que fomenta el talento y la innovación. Y la tercera, Granollers, ciudad que cuida del bienestar de la ciudadanía a lo largo de la vida. A nadie se le escapa que son 3 misiones muy globales, pero cómo las aterramos a Granollers. Cada una de estas misiones lleva asociadas 5 metas cualificables para alcanzar en 2030, por lo tanto el compromiso de la ciudad. Y necesitan estas metas, proyectos y actuaciones concretas para alcanzarlas, que empezarán a partir de julio de este 2022 hasta 2030. Y también metas cuantificables que permitan la evaluación y el seguimiento y la rendición de cuentas. Metas que no solo las tiene que llevar a cabo un ayuntamiento, sino toda la ciudadanía, más las empresas privadas, las entidades y las diferentes instituciones y niveles políticos también del territorio. Y por este motivo es imprescindible para desarrollar y implementar esta nueva agenda urbana, fomentar una ciudadanía empoderada y crear redes sociales fuertes que generen capital social. Como decía, la base, las políticas de participación ciudadana y impulsar también espacios de co-creación y gestión de los proyectos definidos y fomentando una manera de trabajar que sume administración pública, empresa privada, entidades y ciudadanía a título individual. Ahora tenemos este reto para adelante, ¿no? Poner en marcha diferentes mecanismos para generar estos proyectos innovadores, laboratorios ciudadanos, concursos de innovación y otras fórmulas que nos lleven a crear estos proyectos innovadores también. Y también crear unos mecanismos de gobernanza nuevos para estos proyectos, porque también para nosotros como ciudad es una nueva manera de trabajar para asegurar y que aseguren la implicación de todos los agentes, porque estamos convencidos que es la suma la que nos hará alcanzar estas metas y estos retos que tenemos. Simplemente desde el municipio y desde el ayuntamiento solos no podremos. Como decía, este plan de acción que está alineado con las diferentes agendas globales y también con la nueva agenda urbana europea, española y catalana, nos ofrece, por un lado, la opción y la oportunidad de planificar la ciudad desde la triple vertiente, la sostenibilidad social, económica y ambiental, de forma coordinada y coherente. Es a la vez un instrumento de planificación estratégica de la ciudad, teniendo en cuenta y colaborando sobre todo con el entorno inmediato y el territorio, y también con otros planes supramunicipales y también de país. Y a la vez es una oportunidad para, como decía, integrar e impulsar la participación ciudadana, no solamente en la descripción o decisión, sino en la realización de los proyectos, en el desarrollo y también en su evaluación. Y por lo tanto, para nosotros este plan también es un instrumento, sobre todo, orientado a la acción, que define las metas que queremos alcanzar, pero sobre todo permite medir el progreso, evaluarlo y compromete a todos los actores presentes. Por lo tanto, es desde este punto de vista que enfrentamos después sí los retos que se han comentado aquí también, la financiación, la necesidad sobre todo de tener y generar más alianzas, la necesidad de encontrar un marco de gobernanza para estos proyectos compartidos y sobre todo la evaluación. En este momento estamos aprobando ahora este plan de acción de la nueva agenda urbana. Yo lo dejaría aquí. Muchísimas gracias.
Felicidades, alcalde Alba, por su elección. Podemos ver a partir de las ideas que compartió hoy por qué su comunidad lo eligió. Tu compromiso y el de tu ciudad hacia un nuevo plan estratégico alineado con la Agenda 2030. Some great perspectives, and we can clearly see why the electorate in your community have chosen you as their new leader, and we look forward to working with you in the UCLG family for many years ahead. I now would like to give the floor to a longtime friend of UCLG, a well-regarded American scholar and city planner specializing in international and domestic planning history and urban revitalization. Eugenie Birch will be joining us now to share some perspectives with us in her role as the president of the General Assembly of Partners. Welcome, Jeannie. It's wonderful to see you again.
Buenas tardes, amigos. Thank you very much for inviting me here to be part of this meeting. I'm the president of the General Assembly of Partners that was formed in preparation for the Habitat 3 conference. It consists of 17 partner constituency groups that represent over 1,000 unique organizations. I'd like to talk about three things today. One is our desire to enhance stakeholder engagement. The second is our approach to the new urban agenda. And thirdly, our hope for the future. In terms of stakeholder engagement, I want to tell you how interested we are in working with you in enhancing stakeholder engagement in local and global affairs. And particularly, we're happy to hear that at the high-level conference, there were mayors who were represented in the discussions in the General Assembly. The New Urban Agenda reminded us that basically, when we implement the global agreements, a Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and so forth, it is a local affair. And so we need to really emphasize how important it is to have stakeholders engaged in this implementation. I also would like to commend and thank UCLG for its reaching out to groups like ours to work on the town halls for the conference that will be held, the assembly that we held in Dijon in the fall. We at GAP are working on one on trust, rebuilding trust. We feel this is, and you feel, I know, a very important topic, because without trust among us all, we have a lack of participation in governmental activities and even violence. So in working on this, we are focusing on how we can rebuild trust, how we can think about how we all engage together in showing how much we care, our humanity, about sustainable urbanization, how much we care about transparency in our discussions, how much we care about displaying our capability and reliability in everything that we do. And so we actually will be presenting this paper, and hopefully you will help us in refining it. Secondly, in terms of our feelings for the New Urban Agenda, we, of course, are very supportive of it. And what we are very supportive is developing multi-stakeholder partnerships in its implementation. Multi-stakeholder partnerships that engage mayors, that engage city councils, that engage citizens. Multi-stakeholder partnerships that go across age, from youth to the elderly persons, that go across capacity. We have partnerships with persons with disability and older persons that go across interest. We have partnerships between the business and industry group and our trade and unions group that are cross-cutting, that bring in gender, that bring in different diversity throughout all of our deliberations. We would also like to point out that as we think about the implementation, the financing of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, the latest study on urban adaptation, which makes urbanization or declares urbanization as one of the 4 pathways towards sustainable urban development as well as achieving the climate goals. And we would also like to point out, when we think about how we finance these sorts of things, how important it is to unite the development funding with the climate funding, something that hasn't been done before, but hopefully we'll all engage in promoting that idea. And lastly, our hopes for the future. Within this current situation, where we're trying to rebound from COVID-19, where we're dealing with rising cost of living, where there's lack of peace around the world, we feel is even more important today to join hands with you, to engage in a dialogue as we move forward to achieve sustainable urban development. So we wish you luck in this meeting today, and reach out to share with you the implementation of the new urban agenda so that we can achieve sustainable urban development in the future as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for including me in this discussion.
Thank you very much for sharing those perspectives, Jeannie. I think your last comment there in particular struck home with me about the need for us collectively to focus on the future as we work amidst the economic challenges that we know that we're going to be facing in our cities and regions around the world, when we know the challenges that exist around the geopolitical conflicts and so on. The roles of cities and regions is going to be more important than ever. And as you reflected earlier on in terms of the town halls, the importance of building trust to once again increase participation of our civil society is going to be so important in the coming years if we're going to truly be able to attain these goals. So thank you for your insights. Lastly, I will give the floor to the mayor of Tandil, Argentina, Miguel Angel Lungi, who will give us his perspectives now. Mayor Lungi, the floor is yours.
Bueno, buenas tardes, autoridades de CGLU, alcaldes, alcaldesas, representantes de las ciudades ante el Buró Ejecutivo, invitados e invitadas especiales y a todo el público en general. Hoy nos encontramos nuevamente para continuar con las líneas de trabajo emprendidas en la reunión de alto nivel de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas sobre la implementación de la nueva agenda urbana que tuvo lugar en abril en Nueva York, en donde me he sentido particularmente representado por el intendente de Esteban Echeverría y presidente actual de Mercociudades, Fernando Grey, y por la alcaldesa de Montevideo, Carolina Cose, con quien comparto la vicepresidencia de Relaciones Internacionales de la red. Muy cierto es que somos nosotros, los gobiernos locales y regionales, los encargados de garantizar que la agenda se cumpla y a la vez funcione como aceleradora de otras agendas de desarrollo globales como la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Tal como lo expresó la secretaria mundial días atrás en una reunión con la red de Mercociudades, debemos dejar en claro que no hay que elegir entre la nueva agenda urbana y la agenda de desarrollo, ya que son las mismas. Tenemos que focalizarnos en una revisión y seguimiento, estableciendo vínculos colaborativos con otros procesos de elaboración de políticas globales. El gran avance no es que la nueva agenda urbana promueva el ODS 11 por su valor en sí mismo, sino que sirva como medio para reforzar los principios del objetivo en favor del desarrollo urbano sostenible, como los de no dejar a nadie atrás, erradicar la pobreza, aprovechar los beneficios de la aglomeración y urbanización para generar prosperidad y promover la sostenibilidad ambiental. En síntesis, 3 son las prioridades que debemos desarrollar en la agenda contar con el apoyo de una estructura de gobernanza, crear y mantener la planificación y gestión del desarrollo territorial urbano del siglo XXI y establecer mecanismos sólidos de financiación. En ese sentido, la nueva agenda urbana pone de relieve la necesidad de generar coaliciones de gobiernos y fomentar la participación de una amplia gama de actores no gubernamentales interesados en su aplicación. Por ello se debe trabajar desde la lógica de la gestión asociada. Estamos convencidos de que el Estado local, a la hora de generar políticas públicas, debe promover el trabajo asociativo con los diversos sectores de la sociedad, como ser la universidad, el sector privado, las ONG, gremios, organizaciones civiles, entre otros. Estas alianzas y espacios de concertación público-privada nos han permitido ser una ciudad mucho más fuerte y resiliente ante el contexto de pandemia. Es imposible seguir pensando en una reactivación económica sostenible si no es de una manera colectiva. A lo largo de estos años, las ciudades intermedias nos hemos convertido en claros laboratorios de localización de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Aún más en la era urbana en la que estamos insertos, la cual no es de grandes metrópolis, sino de aquellos territorios en donde la relación entre lo rural y lo urbano es fundamental. Por eso también decimos que en una economía mundial del conocimiento, donde la capacidad de innovación es imprescindible para la competitividad, las ciudades intermedias se deben convertir en importantes laboratorios de talento. Creemos que es importante que aunemos esfuerzos para acortar la brecha digital, para ofrecer formación y capacitación a nuestros ciudadanos frente a las nuevas demandas del mercado laboral. Trabajamos por ese ideal de ciudad, por lo que en alianza con la CGLU y el Foro de Ciudades Intermedias estamos desarrollando acciones para constituir el primer laboratorio de ciudades intermedias como territorios de talento a escala global y de carácter permanente, proyectado en la experiencia local de la Escuela Municipal de Talento de Tandil. Por último, queremos decirle que de nuestro lugar en el Consejo Mundial y en el Ború Ejecutivo seguiremos desarrollando acciones para implementar la nueva agenda urbana y poner a la paz, a la prosperidad, a las personas y al planeta en el centro de la escena. Saludos cordiales a todos y éxitos en las sesiones venideras.
Muchas gracias, alcalde Lungi. Su enfoque en las asociaciones será clave a medida que avancemos con la nueva agenda urbana. I think it's really important as we reflect on Mayor Lungi's comments, something that we know is so important, and that really is at the crux of everything that we do as cities, and that's the importance of partnerships. Partnerships with our citizenry, partnerships with the private sector, partnership with the not-for-profit sector, partnerships with academia, and more. Whether we're talking about the SDGs in the context of Goal 17, whether we're talking about the climate change agenda, whether we're talking about the new urban agenda, we cannot do it on our own as cities. We need to work with the other spheres of government. and those other partners that both Mayor Lungi and I just mentioned as we tackle this work together. I would once again like to thank the 5 speakers we had today, Mayor Gray, President Stofile, Mayor Barnusel, President Birch, and Mayor Lungi for their important comments. I think they certainly have given us all something to reflect on. And now we have about 20 minutes or so left for open discussion. And so I would invite those on the floor to raise your name tag or your hand if you're interested in speaking, and we'll add you to the speakers queue. And those who are joining us virtually to simply use the raise hand feature on Zoom. And our Secretary General Emilia will cue me that you have done so if I don't see it on the screen, and we'll include you that way. The first person who I have in the speakers queue is Maria Galindo, the Director of Digitalization and the New Urban Agenda of Catalonia. Maria, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Secretary General of UCLG, Special Envoy, UCLG colleagues, mayors, presidents. For Catalonia, the New Urban Agenda is a very important tool. We started developing our own urban agenda back in 2017. And to us, it means the recognition of the potential of cities and also regions to ensure a sustainable, equitable, inclusive future. The regional perspective is very important to us because sometimes we talk to mayors and we talk to cities, and like the mayor of Granollers was mentioning, it's not only about urban agendas at the local level, but how these municipalities also interact with other municipalities and other cities. So the regional perspective is very, very important. We are working with UCLG and promoting the Forum of Regions with Congope and our colleagues from UCLG. And we want to make sure and to ensure that we'll have greater capacity to promote decentralization and the tools to really ensure that these global agendas reach every corner in the world, and that regions are empowered. Sometimes regions, we fail in between levels, the local level and the national level, and sometimes we don't have the capacity or the tools to really implement and take action in the global agendas. So the Forum of Regions of UCLG is very important to us. Secondly, I'd like to highlight our capacity to generate a shared vision, a global shared vision. Having a horizon is also very important to us because it also promotes that we can be sharing challenges and also policies to accomplish our objectives. When we started developing this global agenda, this urban agenda in Catalonia, we did this along the creation of an urban assembly in Catalonia that integrates not only the regional government, but also municipalities and also the civil society. And this is very important because we are 1 week away of presenting and launching our agenda for Catalonia, and we're launching this in the Urban Assembly of Catalonia together with all these parties that have been presenting and working in the agenda. We've worked on a 2050 vision because we're surpassing the 2030 Catalonia 2030 vision, because we are looking at a future where we will be climate neutral, where our territory is built on opportunities, not just in the cities, in the greater cities in Catalonia, but also in the other remoter areas, and where economic opportunities are also strive from the digital development. So we are very much pushing for digitalization as an enabler for this territorial balancing and for this opportunity creation across the territory. With the pandemic, we've seen that digitalization is crucial for the future, for gaining more sustainable development and for gaining a more equitable development that leaves no one behind. So we are striving to develop a digitalization as the enabler of our vision for 2050 and the agenda. We will be presenting the agenda next week, and we will also be presenting the agenda at the World Urban Forum, where I hope we will be able to meet all together. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that intervention, Maria. And I think you've raised a number of important points around a shared vision, around the importance of digitalization and the role it plays in terms of ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind. And certainly innovation in our cities and regions is an important piece of that. But I think, if anything, the last couple of years have shown us the importance about equity and digitalization as we worked through the pandemic and realized how important it was to ensure access for everyone in terms of the socioeconomic divide and the challenges that presented for some to remain engaged in society during these challenging times. Next, I'd like to give the floor to our special envoy to the UN for the New Urban Agenda, Carlos Martinez. The floor is yours. Welcome, Carlos. Nice to see you.
Buenos días. Muchísimas gracias, Berry. Muchísimas gracias a todos y cada uno de los intervinientes y participantes en esta estupenda sesión para volver a retomar el apasionante tema de la agenda urbana, la agenda de las agendas, ¿no? La agenda encargada de la planificación de las ciudades, pequeñas, medianas, intermedias, y lo que es tan importante o más de la planificación y de la ordenación del territorio, para precisamente que no se nos quede nadie atrás, ¿no? Eso que decía, creo que ha sido el alcalde de Tandil, la necesaria implicación y búsqueda de equilibrio entre el desarrollo urbano y el desarrollo de las pequeñas y medianas ciudades y de los entornos rurales, ¿no? A mí me gustaría provocar un poco, ¿no? Porque he escuchado atentamente, ¿no?, todas y cada una de las intervenciones, comparto cada una de las reflexiones que se han puesto encima de la mesa. Creo que asumimos como propios los retos importantísimos a los que nos estamos enfrentando y estamos haciendo los esfuerzos importantes, claves, para poder desarrollar cada uno de nuestros ámbitos de responsabilidades, ¿no?, en nuestros entornos de las áreas urbanas y metropolitanas que gestionamos de forma directa por nuestra responsabilidad, los retos de una forma seria, de una forma rigurosa, con una planificación más allá de los marcos competenciales que cada uno de nosotros tenemos en las distintas secciones regionales o en los distintos ámbitos de los países que representamos, ¿no? Pero lo decíamos el último día que estuvimos en Nueva York, ¿no?, la oportunidad que se nos brindó en la asamblea para poder hablar de todo esto, ¿no? ¿Qué está fallando en todo esto entonces, ¿no? ¿Dónde encontramos los frenos para no llegar a alcanzar esa velocidad de crucero, esa velocidad que nos permita de alguna forma dar una respuesta mucho más contundente, que parta de nuestra voluntad política, pero que sobre todo dé cobertura a las demandas y a las exigencias que cada vez más la ciudadanía nos está poniendo encima de la mesa, ¿no? Y en ese qué nos está pasando, voy a intentar dar también la respuesta en esa generación de polémica y búsqueda de debate para encontrar soluciones que yo quiero plantear hoy aquí, que es, no es necesario todavía más TGLU, y con esto quiero decir, no es necesario que haya un reconocimiento por fin del papel que tienen que jugar los gobiernos locales en el desarrollo de un nuevo modelo de gobernanza que sea mucho más horizontal y que, como decía la alcaldesa de Granollers, vaya más allá de lo que es la participación ciudadana, para que los gobiernos locales seamos entendidos como infraestructuras e instituciones con mayúsculas dentro de los mapas democráticos y de las soluciones a los problemas de Estado a los que nos estamos enfrentando, ¿no? Ese reconocimiento, creo que todavía hay una resistencia tremenda al mismo, y es lo que nos está frenando en lo que es el desarrollo de una verdadera agenda urbana que dé solución y que avance mucho más rápido al ritmo de que la ciudadanía nos urge, ¿no? Nos invita, ¿no? Y en ese reconocimiento yo pondría también otra cuestión, ¿no? que creo que hay que intentarla poner, ¿no? Que va ligado al reconocimiento, que es la ausencia de recursos en muchas ocasiones, ¿no? Hablamos de planificación estratégica, cada uno de nosotros lo hacemos en nuestros entornos urbanos, pero luego no tenemos los recursos suficientes como para poderlo abordar. Y esos recursos van vinculados porque tampoco estamos teniendo una voluntad política cierta y clara para que las grandes agendas urbanas nacionales, Quito, ¿no? En mi caso la sección europea, agenda urbana europea o la propia agenda urbana española, ya descendiendo al tema más del país al que represento, tenemos esa voluntad para poder desarrollar unas estrategias claras en el que se implique a todas las estructuras de las administraciones y a todos los niveles de gobierno en una estrategia que nos sume en igualdad de condiciones para abordarlo con mayor rigor y con mayor rigor, y con mayor eficacia. Yo creo que ahí nos está faltando también una dosis importante de voluntad política, ¿no? Y con todo esto, ¿no? Para que no caiga como un jarro de agua fría, yo quiero decir, ¿no? Alto y claro, que por eso nos hace falta más CGLU, en nuestro caso más sección europea, ¿no? En el caso del resto de las secciones se da prácticamente lo mismo, ¿no? E incluso más secciones nacionales que apuesten clarísimamente por ese trabajo en horizontal que de alguna forma nos abra paso a esa descentralización que es absolutamente necesaria, esa cesión de poder del resto de estructuras de administraciones del Estado para que pueda llegar realmente los recursos, la planificación estratégica en medio y largo plazo y la voluntad política a dar cumplida cuenta de ese reto que tenemos por delante, ¿no? Demasiadas R's, ¿no? Reconocimiento, hoja de ruta clara, recursos económicos, pero creo que es el camino que tenemos que intentar poner encima de la mesa y alzar la voz cuanto más alto mejor en todos los foros posibles, ¿no? Hoy tenemos un nuevo espacio, aprovechemos estos 3 días en Sevilla, animaros, ¿no? A que el camino que se ha recorrido es mucho, pero que también existe una serie de resistencias que empiezan por la ausencia de paz cada vez en mayores lugares de este mundo para poder poner en marcha ese pacto por el futuro de paz, personas, planeta y democracia con mayúscula, con una gobernanza más horizontal al que nos encomendamos todos en Urban, ¿no? Vamos a ver si somos capaces, desde luego agradeceros a todas las aportaciones, pero también intentar poner el foco, ¿no? en los problemas que tenemos, porque si no, no los resolveremos.
Gracias, Carlos. En nombre de ciudades y gobiernos local unidos, quiero agradecer por su liderazgo como enviado especial para la nueva agenda urbana. You know, Carlos, I think you, in your role, have really demonstrated incredible leadership. And, you know, in your comments today, really have challenged us to not only reflect on the successes, but what are the things that are preventing us from really moving forward at an enhanced pace in terms of achieving the new urban agenda and its various components. And I think you're very accurate when, quite frankly, you say we need more UCLG, we need more resources, we need to work stronger together within our national associations, within our sections, within the global body as a whole, if we're going to really make progress in this important work. And I think as we move forward now towards the World Urban Forum as well as the Global Congress, it will give us an opportunity to really reflect on that. You know, it was at the beginning of today's session that I stated that, you know, UCLG is still in many ways in its infancy. It's barely a teenager this year at 18 years old. And while our global movement of cities has been around for a long time, as an organization, you know, we see the progress. Some of us that have been around for a while know that we've been able to make, but it hasn't come easy, and we also cannot take, in a sense, our foot off the accelerator pedal in order to get the work done, because it's very easy to just think that the progress that we've been able to make will just gradually continue to roll along down the highway or down the train track But the reality is it will be more important than ever, I think, in the next few years for us as an organization and us as local governments, local and regional governments, to tackle the challenges before us. Are there any other speakers? If not, then I will give the floor for the final word to our Secretary General, someone who has dedicated her life to the local and regional government movement and has been a big part of UCLG's history. I will now give the floor to our Secretary General, Emilia Saez, for some closing comments, and then I'll wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Certainly not the last word. Secretary General seldom get that, and that's good as well. But thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to do a little bit of a wrap-up. My sense is that, and this goes a bit on the direction that the governing president and a special envoy was bringing to the discussion. My sense is that we need to, now that we are so certain about the needs that we have and what we need to get from other spheres of government to be able to act, but also what we need to do to actually be efficient, because subsidiarity goes both ways. Let us not forget about it. I think that what we need to be extremely efficient in articulating is the kind of partnerships that we want to set up as well. And this has come up very clearly in the discussion. I also think it is important, if we want the new urban agenda and the decentralization and competencies issue, legal framework issues, to be actually brought up in the development discussion. We will need to actually determine which part of the new urban agenda is a part that we need to implement and which part is something that needs to be implemented elsewhere. And that is communities included. And there are speakers, and in fact, the mayor of Granollers also brought it up. I mean, it's about setting up a strategy together. It is about knowing, I mean, what is owned by the local government and what needs to be done by the communities. And I think we are in a very interesting, almost foundational moment in the work that we are doing for the definition of the new Pact for the Future. We see many of the important issues that we were defending in the definition of the new urban agenda coming back again with a lot of force. And issues like housing or defining the right to the city, what does it mean for us? But also the rights of migrants, the new dimensions of public space. In fact, the capacity to deliver new types of services, which in our work towards the Pact, we are defining towards these care services, care for the citizens. Well, we need to define which part is one that we see is needed and needs to get priority, which part we are going to be implementing, and which part needs to be delivered by other spheres of government with proper investment. And I am bringing this to this discussion, although many of you have made reference to that, because I think until we do that clearly, we will not be able to get the new urban agenda into the global debate. It will not be in the G20 agenda. It will not be in the G7 agenda. It will not even be in the General Assembly discussion until it is very specifically on it. And it's a job that we need to do at local level, at national level, at regional level, and at global level. At all of these stages, we will need to do that. And so, yes, for that, I guess we need more UCLG. But I also think that that we need to start advocating with national governments in a different manner, also from a global perspective. And we need to make the multilateral system understand that unless the basis for local service provision are covered, unless we guarantee universal service provision, and we defined new essentials where housing and equality are undeniable, unless we do that, we will not be able to meet the Agenda 2030, the SDGs, or comply with the Paris Agreement. And in order to do that, it is the new urban agenda that we need to be implementing. So I hope that we can bring this to the dialogues at international level from the perspective of your World Organization and with the mandate that you are giving to us. We are trying to ensure that this perspective is very much present and alive in the discussions of the Summit for the Future that will be taking place next year. So hopefully the plenaries in our De Jong Congress, the key sessions around the pact, will feed into the UN Summit for the Future, but we also need to bring the new urban agenda to the high-level political forum and to the review of the SDGs that is also coming next year. So it remains a very important agenda. This Policy Council has a very important job ahead, and I am really grateful that you policy councillors have been actively following that. The only thing I can hope is that the draft that is going to be discussed here on Wednesday of the Pact for the Future will certainly reflect decentralization, subsidiarity, and competencies again. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Emilia, for, I think, a very powerful summary and some things for us to reflect on as we end this session and look forward to not only the balance of our days here in Sevilla, but also as we look forward to the World Urban Forum in Poland and ultimately our Congress later in October in Dijon. I think what's, for me, was a particularly important question for us to reflect on is, what do we need to implement and what do others need to implement on our behalf? And maybe another way to look at it is, where do we need to lead, or when do we need to lead as a global movement of cities and regions, and when do we need to use our ability to facilitate and bring others together and let them lead in the work that needs to happen. And I think that is probably an important part of the conversation as we go forward. I do want to take this opportunity to once again thank everyone for their engagement and participation in today's session, particularly our main speakers, Mayor Gray, President Stofile, Mayor Barnusel, President Birch, and Mayor Lungi, for all of your interventions, as well as others. There were over 80 participants online and about 50 people here in the room, so certainly that allowed for many people to participate. I don't know who can see it on their Zoom screen, but if you actually look at Catherine Klein's screen, you can see that former President Obama actually joined in and listened in behind, watching over her and watching over us as we were doing this work. But with that air of lightness as we end up today's meeting, thank you everyone. Muchas gracias, merci beaucoup for your participation. And I will give the floor back to Emilia for any comments in terms of the upcoming sessions. Merci beaucoup.
Well, we have a very interesting session starting at 4 o'clock, so in a little bit less than half an hour, renewing democracy from the bottom up. A very important topic also for our town hall partners. We hope you can bear with us and join us for that session again. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody here in the room and also in the virtual room. We see that many of you have joined. Around 60 participants are following us online. Thank you to the last session of the day around renewing democracy from the bottom up as part of the UCLG Executive Bureau and within the framework of the Forum on Migrations of the Mediterranean. This session is led by the International Observatory on Participatory Democracy that you know and that is housed in UCLG in cooperation with our UCLG Policy Council on Territorial Multi-Level Governance and Sustainable Financing, and the Global Democracy Coalition, which is actually a very exciting new partnership that UCLG is proud to join, that is trying to put democracy again at the heart of the discussions. The complex times that we are experiencing at all levels, national, regional, and international, are demanding from us to rethink how we take decisions, how people identify with decision making, with governance. We are only starting now to feel the consequences of the health crisis that we have had, and we are now also facing a very critical situation because of the conflict, the armed conflict in Ukraine. And so we need to take a serious look at how we take decisions and how do we organize ourselves at all spheres of government. From the perspective of United Cities and local government, and of course I am a little bit biased, I'm not very objective here, we can only do it from the bottom up. If we don't make sure that we have strong foundations for trust, for transparency, for accountability, we will not be able to design the new kind of instruments around democracy. And this is also why we are so proud to work with the Open Government Partnership on this topic. And all of these stakeholders and partners of our world organizations are able to join us today in this discussion. Rethinking democracy and local democracy need to be a very important part of our Pact for the Future and the De Jong Declaration. So in order to facilitate this discussion, I cannot think of anyone else that could be more competent than my colleague Jean-Pierre Elong-Mbassi, the Secretary General of United Cities Africa, who has been working on promoting local democracy, promoting decentralization and strong local governments for many decades now, and has just come out of a very successful summit of Afri-cities for the first time ever in an intermediary city of Kisumu, with all the advantages and challenges that entails, but with a very vibrant membership that came together there. So we are in your able hands, dear Jean-Pierre. Thank you for accepting this challenge. The floor is yours.
It's not working, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I said this conversation could not have come at a better time because democracy is at stake everywhere. It is at stake in the region that call themselves democratic countries. It is at stake in the region that are not tagged democratic countries. And it's in question in terms of its practice. And everywhere, we all share the view that it should be renewed. It should be reformed. And having this issue in our conversation today is both a challenge and an opportunity. A challenge because we know in which crisis, climate, questioning, the way we define our future, social, questioning how we deal with injustice and inclusiveness, geopolitical, questioning how our coming together as a community can be managed in a democratic way. And we are right to say that solve it at the local government level, and it is solved at the world level. So reflecting on renewing democracy from bottom up is just appropriate. And we have a very capable panel to address this issue. But we have also a very informed audience and committed audience to comment on what we will be hearing from our panelists. Let's take 5 minutes to hear from Massimo Tomasilli, Director of Global Programs and Permanent Observer of International IDEA for the United Nations. He's addressing us online. Mr. Massimo.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of United Cities, and many thanks also to the Secretary General of the UCLG for this kind invitation. I wanted to just underscore what the SG sites said about the Global Democracy Coalition, within which this initiative is promoted. The Global Democracy Coalition is convened by International IDEA and about 80 international institutions active in the field of democracy building has been established in connection with the Summit for Democracy convened by the US government and its year of action to advance and protect democracy worldwide, while being also a positive influence in the deliberations of the summit. It's a platform that plays a role beyond the summit itself. It helps to amplify the voices of individual organizations. It allows for dialogue across regions, themes, and sectors, and enables individual organizations to have a greater impact as part of a collective effort to advance and protect democracy. And I'd like today to focus in particular on the notion of local democracy and how this is part of this global conversation. And I will start with the experience of the institution that I represent, International IDEA, the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. International IDEA produces a set of indices on the global state of democracy and a report on the state of democracy. And it uses a conceptual framework whereby local democracy is a sub-attribute and it is related to the broader attribute of participatory engagement. And in our report, launched last year in November, the report was about 2021, entitled Building Resilience in a Pandemic Era. We stressed the importance of local democracy, and in particular, we called for national and local governments, with the support of civil society, to strengthen communication channels between citizens and their representatives and enable spaces for deliberation and monitoring by civil society. We also called for national and local governments to prevent democratic backsliding by investing in civic education about democratic values, rights, and responsibilities. The report underscored that the COVID-19 pandemic most severely affected individuals and political regimes with pre-existing vulnerabilities. And yet some lessons may be learned from democratic innovations introduced, including at the local level, to cope with the crisis, with locally driven initiatives to increase citizens' oversight over pandemic spending, for example, and to hold decision makers accountable. During this day, I heard that many references were already made to the relevance of engagement at the local level in order to advance the democratic governance agenda for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Here, clearly, the role of local governments is crucial. But I would like to go beyond and consider also the recent report by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Our Common Agenda, which provided recommendations for a new social contract anchored in human rights. We firmly believe that this entails strengthening political representation, public accountability, and constitutional values, which provide the foundations for the social contract, including the fundamental role of local democracy institutions in rebuilding trust between citizens and the state. We have envisioned a three-point agenda for addressing the issue that has been just mentioned by Secretary General Sais, and the reference also by Secretary General Mbusa to inclusiveness, leaving no one behind. And this has to do with the 3 points of deliver, rebuild, and prevent. We call for government institutions in close consultation with civil society to recraft social contracts. I would say from the bottom up, as indicated in the title of this thematic session. As regards rebuild, we propose the reform of democratic institutions, processes, and relationships, as well as behaviors to better cope with the challenges of the post-pandemic world, by emphasizing the rebuilding of mutual trust between citizens and their representatives. And in terms of prevent, we call for investing in democracy education by buttressing democracy's pillars that ensure accountability, including broad participation and access to information. In each of these 3 points of the proposed agenda, the dimension of local democracy is critically important, as I'm sure today's deliberations will show. I thank you.
You're right to say that investing in democratic education is key to promote and protect democracy. Let us have now an interactive discussion and a dialogue on what you just said. And I will call on Madam Carola Gunnarsson, Mayor of Sala, Vice President of UCLG Europe, to give his remarks, her remarks.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Let me call upon you to remember Malala. Malala Yousafzai, the young girl who is an iconic symbol for the voice of democracy and gender equality, once said, "Some people ask others to do something. I believe that why should I wait for someone else? Why don't I take a step and move forward?" We are living in a world where we meet different crises on different levels, and when we are in the middle of handling them, it's hard to see all the consequences. That's one of the reasons why we have to exchange our experiences and learn from each other. We have seen during the pandemic that the fundamentals to take steps forward to reach the sustainable goals has decreased. We need to get back on track and support each other to move forward. The fundamentals of democracy are equal human rights. Democracy is built locally by people and for people. Free elections, everyone's equal right to vote, and the ability of all people to become political leaders, regardless of gender or background, are the foundations of democratic societies. But the problem with democracy is that it's very fragile, and we have to work every day to keep and to develop democracy. Reports indicate that the COVID-19 pandemic and its related impacts actually have slowed progress of democracy, and particularly reopened some gender gaps that had already been closed. According to the World Economic Forum 2021 report, closing the global gender gap has increased by a generation from 99.5 years before the pandemic to 135.6 years. We both need to increase the number of female candidates for leading positions, but we also need to support their leadership. We must increase the number of women in executive positions at all levels, but to do so, we must start with security, with focus on gender equality. When politicians who promote and work for democracy are threatened, it's a threat directly to our democratic values and the basis of sustainable societies. Both women and men are now dropping out of their political leadership because of threats and violence. This is unacceptable. Politicians who are fighting for democracy are victims of threats, hatred, and violence. We can see that female politicians are more exposed than male politicians. As an impact of this, we can see that more women are dropping out of political commitment due to violence and hate. It contributes to continuing gender gap and underrepresentation of women in all politics. I have now highlighted the importance of gender equality. But I also would like to highlight the importance of involving young people in our society and in the political life. Sometimes people say that the young people, they are the future. Yes, young people are the future, but remember, they are also living here together with us today. So we must involve young people, both boys and girls, in our work now, not in the future. To strengthen democracy, we must work for inclusive societies. We must together take action to achieve more sustainable cities and territories for all people. Democracy must be built on the local level by the citizens. We, the local leaders, have a big responsibility to build democratic, inclusive societies. We need to use the tools we have in our toolbox: inclusion, education, cooperation, partnership, and civil society are key elements that we can work with on the local level, and all of this have to have a gender perspective. Finally, when we agreed upon the sustainable goals, we have chosen the way of democracy and equality. We can't afford to go back. We have to keep moving. And as Malala told us, each one of us has to take the steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very insightful remarks. Now let me call on Pablo Jurado, President of Congope, Vice President of UCLG.
Muchas gracias. Sin duda que haber incorporado este tema dentro de la discusión y de esta asamblea, dentro de este encuentro, es algo apasionante, más aún en estos momentos, cuando las sociedades van demostrando que lo que menos creen es en los modelos que están implementando cada uno de los gobiernos en sus territorios. Es ahí entonces cuando surge ese análisis de cómo construir, de cómo renovar la democracia desde la comunidad, desde el pueblo mismo, desde el territorio. Y es así como entendemos quienes estamos cerca al pueblo, los alcaldes, los gobernadores, los prefectos, en los diferentes niveles. Y considero que debemos empezar analizando cuál es el modelo que se va imponiendo en cada uno de nuestros países. Se dijo esta mañana, los gobiernos locales no construimos guerras, los gobiernos locales construimos la paz, buscamos la paz, generamos la paz. Somos testigos en los últimos tiempos cómo familias gobiernan países, cómo se juega con la decisión del pueblo en las elecciones, así como en el ámbito deportivo se quiere ganar en la mesa. Se han dado casos también, por desgracia, en ciertos países que no se han ganado en las urnas, pero sí se han ganado en las mesas. Eso conduce y eso conlleva a que los pueblos cada vez crean menos en el quehacer político, que los políticos crean menos en la clase política. Por desgracia se gobierna desde arriba hacia abajo. No se construyen presupuestos participativos, no se construyen acciones que permitan a los pueblos tomar decisiones, definir sus presupuestos, priorizar sus necesidades. Y eso conduce también en que en muchas ocasiones se realicen inversiones, se realicen elefantes blancos, proyectos y obras que no eran ni son lo que el pueblo necesitaba. Al final responden a ciertos intereses de los gobernantes, pero al final no era ni son una respuesta para la comunidad. Se ha llegado tanto a la desconfianza en el tema democrático, en los políticos, que hay voces en América Latina y en mi país particularmente, que volvimos a la democracia en el 79, que después de 3 periodos de democracia, la gente empezó a pedir que vuelva la dictadura, como haciendo pensar que mejor estábamos en época dictatorial. Pero hay que hacer entender a la gente que la peor democracia siempre será mejor que cualquier dictadura. Es importante hacer conciencia desde nuestros espacios, al nivel nacional particularmente, que no pierda su horizonte de encontrar en los diferentes niveles de gobierno, municipales, regionales, y de insistir siempre en que sean sus mejores aliados. Siempre de manifestar que gobernar un país será muy fácil si es que el gobierno nacional se apoya en las alcaldías, se apoya en las gobernaciones, se apoya en las prefecturas, porque es ahí donde se genera cercanía, es ahí donde se conoce cuál es la verdadera necesidad de los pueblos. Yo quiero agradecer a los organizadores por haber incluido este tema del cual nos podemos pasar hablando toda la tarde, toda la noche, tantas horas que sean necesarias, porque es ahí donde está la suerte de los pueblos. Si es que no hay una verdadera democracia, si es que no se genera desde la comunidad hacia el nivel nacional la democracia, simplemente continuaremos lamentándonos de que esas decisiones que se toman desde arriba no son la mejor decisión. Esperemos que un día no muy lejano la democracia se construya, se alimente, que sea el edificio que surgen las bases para llegar al último piso. Muchas gracias.
Well, President, this is a very harmful warning that some of our people might prefer dictatorship to the kind of democracy we are practicing. And you are right to say that it is a very good decision that our Secretary General have taken to put this issue in our debate, and that we should not stop debating it. And I concur with you when you said a bad democracy is always preferable to any dictatorship. But which democracy? This is the question. And please, can Mr. Ahmed Aziz Diallo, Mayor of Dori, provide some insight on this question? This is very essential. Mr. Dori, Mr. Mayor of Dori.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Permettez-moi d'apporter un élément de clarification. Notre pays a connu un coup d'État en décembre dernier, et à la suite de ce coup d'État, les collectivités locales ont été dissoutes. Donc, au moment où on parle, je ne parle pas en tant que maire de Dori, étant donné que des délégations spéciales doivent être installées. Et ce que je veux dire, c'est effectivement une perspective liée à cet état de fait que je viens de décrire. En ce qui concerne non seulement la gouvernance locale et la démocratie, parce que quand vous avez un coup d'État, vous avez une interruption de la démocratie, vous avez une interruption du cours constitutionnel normal des choses. Donc, la démocratie s'installe, vit et fleurit au niveau local. La gouvernance locale est à la démocratie ce que la rampe de lancement est à la fusée. Je vous parle du cœur de la région sahélienne. Ma commune est au centre de cette fameuse zone des 3 frontières entre le Mali, le Niger et le Burkina Faso. Une zone fragilisée par les affres du terrorisme. Les causes de ces conflits sont multiples et multiformes. Mais un élément majeur qui explique cette faillite de la démocratie, marquée par des interruptions des processus démocratiques, est la faillite de la gouvernance locale. Cette gouvernance, du fait de sa proximité avec les populations et les défis auxquels ils font face, est la plus appropriée à apporter des réponses structurelles aux questions de développement. Les relations entre les populations et les États centraux sont fondées sur les capacités de ces États à apporter des réponses aux aspirations démocratiques et de développement de ces populations. Dans un contexte de décentralisation, la gouvernance locale est le relais inconditionnel entre ces populations et les États. De ce fait, l'échec de la gouvernance locale est systématiquement apprécié comme une faillite de l'État central. Dans notre contexte, le sentiment d'appartenance à une nation commune s'est affaibli et la cohésion sociale s'est s'est fragilisé. Les groupes armés qui écument la région se sont appuyés sur ces fragilités pour s'installer et profiter de la vulnérabilité d'une population essentiellement jeune. À défaut d'avoir transformé cette jeunesse en bras armés pour la promotion et la défense de la démocratie et du développement, nous le faisons face avec des armes de guerre. Nos États doivent renforcer leur conviction à la démocratie locale comme moteur du développement local. Ce développement qui associe ces populations et les place sur la chaise du conducteur et non comme des observateurs désemparés et impuissants. Qu'il s'agisse de défis liés au changement climatique qui ont considérablement réduit les capacités de production des populations ou aux crises sanitaires ou autres défis conjoncturels, la réponse adéquate est celle qui confie aux populations leur destin en leur permettant d'actionner les orientations de développement qui vont dans le sens de leurs aspirations. C'est ce que je voulais vous apporter comme modeste contribution, tout en vous remerciant et en remerciant encore CGLU de nous avoir associés à ce débat très important. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le maire ou monsieur le conseiller ou monsieur l'ancien maire, merci beaucoup pour votre contribution. Évidemment, nous ne sommes pas contents que l'expérience démocratique soit interrompue nulle part. Et nous souhaitons que cette expérience démocratique, même quand elle est naissante, soit protégée parce qu'elle constitue les briques de base de la construction institutionnelle et de la construction de la confiance entre l'État et les autorités publiques. Alors nous souhaitons que le Mali retrouve très vite le chemin de la démocratie locale et nous souhaitons que vous ne disparaissiez pas de ce chemin-là, monsieur le maire. Voilà. Merci pour votre contribution. Now I call on the Semalbas, Municipal Councillor of Kessioren. Are you there?
Well, thank you very much. It was very great to listen to all those comments. And the comments from Mayor of Sala, the youth integration. And it is very important. But two things that we are, as a world organization, world local authorities, we are doing it wrong. The first one is we are doing a youth work at them. We're not doing a youth work with them. That is one of the key problems. The second key problem is we are trying to integrate youth into our decision-making process. We're not trying to integrate our decision-making process into the youth channels. And then we have a communication gap. That's where we have the problem of youth integration. The second issue I would like to raise is the climate change issue, because it's very much directly linked to the youth integration. In the climate change issue, I had a new post in the Council of Europe on climate, and I was like, I should go deeper into this. I should dig into this. And I was just watching around 2050 apocalyptic scenarios about the climate change. And then it just hit me that if you are at my age, you will be working at 2050. You will be still doing the work. I don't know if you're still gathering together at the UCLG, but you will be still working. I mean, when you say it's 2050, it sounds like too far away. But I calculated I would have still 2 years for my retirement. So I will be around when those apocalyptic things are happening. And with that, I also found out two things are quite a lie. First of them is we are killing the planet. This is not true. We are just killing ourselves. The planet will stay there. It will somehow recover. We will not be there. That's the only problem we are facing. The second problem is we are not taking it seriously, they call it. It's not true. We're just taking it as a joke, not seriously even. We're just taking it as a joke. The interactions that we do on the climate change, literally a joke. And we are preparing that future for our generation. Finally, I'm just going to make this short projection. Let's see, I don't know if there is an alien life out there, but just let's consider there is. And aliens just just like us. They have a social life, they get together, they go out at night, and they start drinking and start chatting, and one of them goes, hey, I got a joke. What did the Homo sapiens do when just the worm got hotter with the climate change? And everyone was like thinking, I don't know. And he said, they just built more air conditioners. And they just cracked out. And probably one of those aliens would be sensitive, politically correct, and they would say, just don't be so hard on a human species. They're just not, evolved enough for us. That is, we're just taking climate change as a joke. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you very much.
Well, putting serious matter the way you are putting them is harmful. We are laughing. But seriously, what you are saying, and my age will tell you that I will not be there. You will be. And you put it in a way that is saying to us, well, you are playing my life because you are doing your job. And we are laughing, and this is wrong. And when you say youth are not integrated, you are right. But then people will say the youth need to get in the house. This is also right. You don't do for me, I do for myself. Just what James Brown was saying. Just open the door. I do it for myself. So open the door to the youth, they will do it for themselves. Thank you for your remarks, and don't lie, because it is serious. Well, maybe the mayor of, the deputy mayor of Grenoble will lead us to a more light atmosphere, because this one was very hard. Thank you. Mayor Emmanuel Carros.
Merci beaucoup de me permettre de m'exprimer. Je suis adjoint au maire, le maire étant Éric Piolle, et je suis ravi de le représenter aujourd'hui. Hier en France se déroulait le premier tour des élections législatives, et c'est en France sans doute les élections les plus importantes, puisqu'il en découle la couleur du gouvernement. Mais hélas, hier, l'abstention a battu un nouveau record, vu que 52%, plus de 52% des électeurs et électrices ne se sont pas déplacés. Devant ce désintérêt, voire cette défiance envers nos institutions, il est encore plus urgent d'associer les habitants et les habitantes aux politiques que nous conduisons. La démocratie participative est un indispensable rouage pour la création de villes inclusives, pacifiques, durables, résilientes. C'est un puissant levier de changement. Alors, de nombreuses instances de participation existent à Grenoble. Nous avons fait le choix ambitieux de les multiplier, même si le résultat n'est pas toujours garanti. C'est un chemin qui se construit, il est fragile, avec des essais, des choses qui fonctionnent, d'autres non. Ce n'est jamais linéaire. À Grenoble, par exemple, nous avons associé les citoyens et les citoyennes à la gestion de la crise sanitaire avec la Convention citoyenne Covid-19. Nous avons développé les budgets participatifs que nous avons maintenus pendant la crise du Covid-19. C'est pour nous un instrument très important puisqu'il est ouvert aux Grenoblois et aux Grenobloises sans condition de nationalité à partir de 16 ans. Pour nous, c'est une ouverture de notre démocratie locale puisque par ces budgets participatifs, les résidents étrangers, les jeunes, ont un petit levier d'action sur le budget de la ville que nous souhaitons développer encore. Nous avons développé également d'autres espaces de participation citoyenne comme les chantiers ouverts au public, les ateliers de projet, les ateliers de redirection écologique, les forums ouverts dans nos secteurs de la ville. Alors forcément, cette culture de la co-construction bouscule nos pratiques, c'est un changement radical de posture, et pour les élus, cela signifie aussi d'accepter de partager le pouvoir de décision et d'action des habitants et des habitantes. Nous croyons sincèrement que la démocratie se traduit au quotidien dans les formes de vie dans lesquelles les citoyens agissent comme des égaux pour construire ensemble un destin commun. Et à ce titre, les initiatives des habitants sont nombreuses. allant de l'habitat autogéré au jardin partagé, au réseau de consommation responsable, au tiers-lieu. L'imagination de nos concitoyens et de nos concitoyennes est riche et nous nous devons de lui faire confiance pour construire des villes, des territoires plus verts, plus solidaires, plus justes. Face à la crise environnementale, au dérèglement climatique, à la défiance face à nos structures sociales et politiques, il est pour nous impératif que les élus et les citoyens travaillent ensemble. Nos institutions doivent s'adapter pour accueillir davantage les initiatives venant des habitants et des habitantes. Nos politiques publiques doivent pouvoir s'ouvrir pour permettre à toutes et à tous de construire ensemble, pour réparer nos territoires, réparer notre planète. Nous n'avons pas d'autre choix. Alors ce pari, bien sûr, il ne doit pas être considéré comme acquis. Il se fera avec des résistances. La démocratie, elle est faite de conflits, elle est faite d'intérêts contradictoires, mais elle est faite aussi d'accords, de compromis. Nier les conflits ne les fera pas disparaître. Mais ils peuvent par contre être générateurs de nouvelles énergies, de nouveaux projets, de nouvelles initiatives. C'est cette dimension participative très forte de nos politiques qui a notamment convaincu la Commission européenne de désigner Grenoble comme capitale verte européenne 2022. À ce titre, nous le vivons comme un encouragement à agir plus vite, plus haut, plus fort et surtout ensemble. On ne jouera pas la carte de la transition contre les habitants et les habitantes, mais on la jouera avec eux. Pour nous, l'année capitale verte est donc le rendez-vous de toutes celles et tous ceux qui ne baissent pas les bras, qui portent de nouvelles solutions. Notre territoire est aussi fier d'accueillir au cours de cette année un autre événement, la conférence annuelle de l'Observatoire international de la démocratie participative sur le thème « Passer à l'action vers un renouveau démocratique face à la crise écologique, sanitaire et sociale ». Il se tiendra à Grenoble entre le 7 et le 10 décembre 2022. La conférence de l'OIDP doit être un temps fort également pour plaider pour cette ouverture de nos villes et nos territoires à l'initiative citoyenne, au faire ensemble, en commun, pour développer davantage le pouvoir d'agir et l'émancipation des habitants et des habitantes. En tout cas, les Grenoblois et les Grenobloises seront heureux, très heureux de vous y accueillir et je serai également très heureux de vous accueillir. Ce sera l'occasion de présenter plusieurs actions spécifiques de démocratie participative, comme le coup de pouce vert aux associations, les assises de la nuit, les forums ouverts dans les secteurs de la ville, les chantiers ouverts au public, Végétalistes à ville, les chantiers jeunes, le conseil des aînés et les rues aux enfants. Pour nous, la démocratie participative doit s'infuser sur tout le territoire. Elle doit s'infuser avec confiance. Et la conférence de l'OIDP, nous souhaitons ce moment pour le capitaliser le travail réalisé depuis plusieurs années, pour s'inspirer aussi des expériences que vous pourrez nous apporter par votre participation. C'est pour ça que nous souhaitons clore avec vous et avec les Grenoblois et les Grenobloises cette année spéciale, Capitale Verte, avec conférence de l'OIDP, pour faire de la participation citoyenne un levier de changement, de l'accélération de l'action pour les années à venir. J'espère vous retrouver très nombreux et très nombreuses à Grenoble au mois de décembre. Je vous remercie.
Very good. To this give us a perspective of action, taking into consideration the risk, but also the opportunity to address this risk. And the city of Grenoble shows that this is possible. But I'm not saying that what my friend Semal said is not to take into consideration, but give away. And Grenoble has tried to give away on responses that can be lifted at the level that the young people and the elder one can embark into finding solutions to something that is very harmful. Let us hear from Emilio Hatton, Mayor of Santa Fe, Argentina, to tell us also in the same mood what they are trying to do to address these issues. Mayor.
Buenas tardes. todos. Saludos a los miembros de CGLU, alcaldes, alcaldesas, concejales, colegas del mundo, es un gusto estar con ustedes. Primero un saludo a Emilia, que nos ha contribuido en el prólogo.
Intendente, un momentito que no le estamos escuchando. Un segundo, no le escuchamos en la sala. Vamos a ver ahora.
Un segundo. ¿Me escuchan ahora? ¿Me escuchan ahora?
Continúe, intendente. A ver. No.
¿Me escuchan ahora?
Ahora sí, muchas gracias. Adelante.
Primero un saludo a ti, Emilia, que ha contribuido en el prólogo para el reporte voluntario que acabamos de presentar, así que un gran abrazo. Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Saludos a los miembros de GCLU, alcaldes, alcaldesas, concejales, colegas del mundo. Es un gusto estar con ustedes. Y también a los organizadores de esta sesión, el Observatorio Internacional de Democracia Participativa y a la Coalición de Democracia Global. En verdad, nos encontramos para hablar de un tema fundamental de este siglo XXI, la construcción de sociedades sostenibles, con estados y gobiernos abiertos, y cómo renovar la democracia desde la base. En Santa Fe trabajamos en un proyecto colectivo con alta participación de ciudadanías y también de sus instituciones. Estamos presentes en cada barrio, escuchamos y diseñamos de manera colaborativa las mejores soluciones para cada realidad. Hacemos del diálogo y la participación una práctica que nos distingue. Bajo el enfoque de una ciudad integrada, urbana y socialmente, impulsamos un modelo participativo basado en las redes. ¿Qué son las redes? Son redes de participación, colaboración y articulación. Tenemos 26 redes socioestatales en más de 42 barrios de la ciudad. Cada red integra más de 300 organizaciones de distinto tipo, en las que se brindan servicios y se definen las prioridades de la gestión urbana de proximidad. Yo recién escuchaba cómo contribuimos con acciones que priorizan las acciones de la ciudadanía. Este es el ejemplo. Pero además, pusimos en marcha un Urban Lab Santa Fe Capital, un laboratorio de innovación urbana, un espacio en que las capacidades públicas, privadas y de la sociedad civil se potencian para generar ideas, procesos y soluciones que transformen Santa Fe y que promuevan una cultura de la innovación con perspectiva estratégica. La consolidación de este modelo se refleja en el primer reporte que hacíamos referencia, local voluntario, sobre ODS, que hemos presentado recientemente y que refuerza nuestro compromiso con la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. A ver, y esto hay que ser muy claro en esto de renovar la democracia de la base. Tenemos que transformar la forma en que nos relacionamos entre nosotros. Y esto es una reflexión, porque esa relación la tenemos que transformar con nuestro entorno y nuestras instituciones. Ninguna de nuestras propuestas puede tener éxito si no se hace con el conjunto, con la ciudadanía. El COVID, la crisis que marca en el primer cuarto de siglo es un ejemplo. Sin embargo, también nos alertó sobre nuevas desigualdades. La brecha en el acceso a infraestructura y servicios tecnológicos limitó en muchos de los casos, el acceso a derechos, servicios y a una participación plena. Si hay algo que tenemos que sacar es una conclusión. Marginar a las personas en la toma de decisiones no es el camino y sobre eso tenemos que reflexionar. Es necesario refuncionalizar un esquema político que debe sincerarse, pretendiendo ser más útil a sus objetivos y no a las disputas políticas. Necesitamos priorizar la función social de las ciudades en lugar de la acumulación de sus beneficios. Queremos ciudades modernas e igualitarias, todos coincidimos en ello, pero modernas para todos, de iguales, lejos de la mediocridad. No dejar a nadie atrás, lo decimos todos, pero ¿cuál es la meta? Hoy más que nunca, la participación y la gobernanza compartida debe ser el eje de nuestras políticas y acciones. Ese trabajo colectivo es el camino a un futuro sustentable. La equidad lo hace sostenible. El trabajo junto a CGLU es fundamental. Estas organizaciones nos interpelan. Ustedes nos están interpelando a toda América Latina y nos acompañan en el desafío de priorizar temas. Esto que estamos haciendo hoy enriquece y posiciona nuestras problemáticas en la agenda mundial y dándole también alcance mundial. Pero quiero terminar haciendo una pregunta. ¿Hay límites entre lo local y lo global? El desafío es una mirada común sobre el modo en que queremos vivir. De eso debemos debatir, de eso debemos hablar. Muchas gracias.
Well, it's another level of complexity you are adding on this, how democratically we define priorities so that we can live together. Also a challenge for democracy. Stephen Hedel, Councillor of Orkney Highland Council, spokesperson of Environment and Economy of the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities. What can you tell us about what you have heard so far and about your own experience?
Thank you, Secretary General. I hope you can hear me clearly. Yes, it's a pleasure to participate in this event remotely from the Orkney Islands, where I live and was re-elected 1 month ago for a fourth term as a councillor. And it's fair to say the comments and interventions so far resonate strongly with us in Scotland and in the islands. I'd like to talk briefly about our own ongoing work towards empowering local democracy and enhancing participation. For COSLA has clear political ambition to strengthen local democracy in Scotland and to empower local authorities to improve outcomes. But building a strong democracy is a journey with an important first step, allowing communities themselves to fully participate in the decisions about their own governance. And all of our evidence suggests that giving people a real say over what matters to them is key to addressing poor electoral participation and revitalising the whole democratic process. Empowering communities to shape local decisions about tax, spend and service delivery priorities is therefore crucially important. In Scotland, we have legislation for community empowerment, which has established what are known as community planning partnerships. They bring together public sector partners, the voluntary sector and the private sector to support interagency coordination and the involvement of different local stakeholders. And community planning is therefore a way of working that places the service users at the heart of better service delivery across all the community planning partners. Within our council areas, we also have community councils, which are made up of local citizens to act as a voice for their more local area. And this will involve them articulating the views and concerns of local people in their area on a wide range of issues of public concern to make representations to their local authority, the council. Moving in another direction, community councils can assist local authorities in consultation, disseminating information and shaping service delivery. And across Scottish local government, there are many examples of deliberative democracy in practice, including citizens' assemblies and citizens' panels. While traditional consultations are often appropriate, we're also benefiting from new models of public engagement based on dialogue and deliberation formats geared for collaborative policymaking and creative problem solving. Participatory budgeting, giving communities a direct say in how public resources are allocated, is a leading example. And we're proud of ongoing partnership work with the Scottish Government to have at least 1% of council budgets subject to participatory budgeting. A major challenge we continue to face, however, is the size of most local authorities in Scotland. There are only 32 councils for over 5 million people, the largest on average in Europe, with an average of 150,000 inhabitants per council. This creates an enormous gap between the local level of representative democracy and communities, and frequently makes participation in democracy difficult. Scottish local government, also currently lacks any form of statutory or constitutional protection as required by the Charter of Local Self-Government of the Council of Europe. But thankfully, there are ongoing plans to transpose this charter into domestic legislation. We believe that enhancing the legal status of local government will strengthen our democracy and ensure partnership between national and local government is embedded in our system of democratic governance and reflected in its day-to-day culture and practice. So in closing, while we have ideas to offer in terms of local government modernisation and community participation, we also have much to learn from others in this forum. Community empowerment is a gradual process which involves continual learning and the constant building of a community's capacity to address their priorities. And we firmly believe that such measures that strengthen local democracy and participation in it are essential to continue to demonstrate both the importance and the mandate of local government to our national governments. Having done that, if we are appropriately empowered and resourced, we'll be able to play the roles we know we can in facing the major challenges that are all too apparent today, not least climate change, as highlighted by Mr. Bass earlier. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak.
Thank you, and we really appreciate the fact that there is a link that we tend to ignore between the solidity of democracy and the compact with citizens on service delivery. And you are right to put the attention on this and to say that if we are empowered to deliver services to the people, then we can talk to them and building trust between the local authorities and the people. We should not speak of democracy as just an idea, but something that is concretely applied to the people and that builds trust between the authorities and the decision makers and the people. Let's have a final word from Mr. Rudy Borman, Deputy Director, Open Government Partnership.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for having us on this important conversation, and greetings to all colleagues, mayors on the meeting. Just listening to you, especially from listening to mayors with these experiences coming from the ground, it's really, really exciting. We are here basically to keep our joint work with UCLG, something we started quite some time ago, to see how the experience of our organization plus the experience of UCLG and the global community of local governments can really tackle this very complex issue of rebuilding trust. How can we go beyond the ballot box and build a citizen and civic education that is different, that it's built up especially from the ground up, and especially where citizens are closer to their governments. And this is what we are hearing today with these examples that were coming from different mayors. So what I wanted to share with you, it's our organization was launched 10 years ago. It's an idea of creating a mechanism in which we deliver policy in an open way, from designing it to implement it, to monitoring it. Everything is done in a public way. This original idea was pushed by countries. 11 countries that are today, more than 77 countries in our organization and civil society organization pushed this idea forward. And suddenly we start seeing that local governments started to pop up. Local governments started to push this agenda forward, bringing examples of different actions that were happening at the local level. And we decided to expand our experience and bring local governments into the table of our mechanism. And what we are seeing, very much aligned to what the mayors were talking about, what we are seeing is that participatory policy making, participatory budgeting, infrastructure monitoring are the type of initiatives that are becoming more sustainable at the local level, that are becoming more relevant in terms of the evidence that we are collecting as an organization. And this is very much aligned to different initiatives that we are seeing globally. Justice Labs in Buenos Aires, inclusion projects in Bogotá, monitoring infrastructure in Kaduna in Nigeria, housing transparency in Austin in the US, lobbying transparency in Madrid, different examples that we are seeing globally. The mayor from Santa Fe, Mayor Hatton, was talking about also an important element, which is innovation, right? And this is something that has come up in many conversations with UCLG partners and community, which is how do we create also spaces to make this participatory democracy an experience that in which we have the elements to bring people forward. There is a big distance between the language, between the narrative that usually we use to bring citizens to participate, that we need to try to find to tackle. And this is where examples as Mayor Hatton was mentioning, like laboratories or hackathons or contests or these different types of initiatives that are really, really interesting to start creating new ways to bring people into the table, because that participation, it doesn't happen naturally. It's hard to tackle. It's a construction that needs time, that needs creativity, and particularly needs capacity building. And this is something that we want to also leave here as a very, very relevant idea, and where national governments also have a good opportunity to help, which is creating the capacities to make sure that promoting participatory democracy becomes part of everyone's jobs within a local government, within the government and outside the government in non-governmental organizations. Our evidence shows us very clearly that when you build policy with non-governmental stakeholders on the table, through the design process, through the monitoring process, you build sustainable policies looking forward. So this is where we also need to start working. Capacity building. We need to make sure that at all subnational levels, we get teams with the adequate capacities to deliver, to be ready to create those connections, those bridges, or those creativities that also Mayor Hatton was talking about, or the mayor from Grenoble was talking about, the different initiatives they were looking forward. The Open Government Partnership is here at the table to work alongside with UCLG to help transform these initiatives into concrete tools that we can implement to take this forward. There is no place like the local level. Our evidence is showing this very, very clearly compared to nationals. That's where we need to work. It's exciting to be here today. Thank you very much, Secretary General.
Well, Rudy, I'm so happy you raised the issue of capacity building for shifting from top-down democracy to bottom-up participatory democracy. And you are right to say it's not a given. We need capacity building. In the case of Africa, and where people are moving from centralized to decentralized government, we found it appropriate to have what we call territorial coaches, people that coach, accompany the local and national government to shift from centralized to decentralized governance system. And you're right to say that there is need to build capacity on that. And we are all in a learning mode, because this is a research that we have to work with also the universities and the research centers, because, as you said, there lies the sustainability of all that we do, trying to build democracy from bottom up. I don't know if we have time enough to get some remarks from the room. Yes, madam. You have to introduce yourself again before you speak.
Okay. I'm Khadija, the former mayor of Nili in Afghanistan. Let me, one of the participants talk about the bad democracy. But the identity of democracy is valuable and good. But we use and apply different shape of democracy in our region. It's called quasi-democracy. Quasi-democracy is not the real democracy. It's just the surface, and the shape is like the democracy, and in the inside, absolutely different. This kind of democracy created fragile circumstances in a society and created huge gap between the citizen and local government. Through this kind of democracy, we cannot to be achieve or obtain good governance and peace in a society. We should be accepted this at the moment, not just on my region, in the different countries. Unfortunately, there is no any real democracy. But we should accept this reality and take more efforts, take more efforts created this real democracy is a bottom to up, community level, local level, national and international level. We couldn't achieve the real democracy without participation, especially democracy is not possible. But yes, of course, these quasi-democracies created different bad impacts of the corruption. We lost the confidence and trust between the community and local government and other things. Thank you so much.
It is so true what you said. It is so true. The issue is this Canada dry democracy have the color of democracy. You look at the democracy, but it's not a democracy. How to shy away from it and how to discover it before it's put its virus into the society. Emilia, can you give us some thought on that?
No, I'm not sure I can answer that very difficult question, but your comments now have triggered some thoughts that I wanted to share. Because you, our leadership, the elected officials, are trying to build these democracies, right? And you're trying to operate and take decisions within those democracies. And as we talk with our civil society partners within the town hall process that is leading us to our Congress, we have come to understand that there isn't only a crisis on the methods. There is a true crisis about democracy for what? So people don't actually want to participate anymore to decide on whatever someone else has decided is the most important agenda. People want to define that agenda. And that is a challenge that I think our membership needs to accept, that as long as we continue kind of accepting inequality as part and parcel of the model, and as long as we don't really commit to universal service provision and to delivering the essentials, people have kind of lost the interest in democracy. And then I am going back to what the former mayor of Nili is saying, because that is not democracy, because that is only seemingly democracy, it's quasi-democracy. That's why this discussion is so relevant. I think that we need to challenge ourselves to link this discussion about the profound transformation that governance needs to endure, also on the topics and the agenda. It will not be enough to just transform the instruments. That's where I'm heading towards. So all the good practices that we are seeing in our observatory, on participatory democracy, and all the good things that are happening might not be enough to actually trigger the kind of renewed trust that we need for this discussion. And so I think in working further within the framework of the coalition and also on global democracy that we were introduced before through Massimo Tomasoli, but also in our own work, for our work program of the future, the Pact for the Future, we will need to think about this. And the work that we are doing around emergency governance, what is the governance of the future going to be looking like, is also very relevant. We are clearly getting out of COVID, and none of you have spoken this time about the centralized decisions that have been taken, taking away freedom of people to even go to the streets or travel from one country to the other. But last year, this took over all of our discussions. I think we need to get them back because there will be more emergencies. And so talking about the subjects like Shemal was saying will be as equally important as shaping the instrument. So I just wanted to leave this thought here, which does not answer the question. It makes it even broader. But bear with me. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor of Chefchaouen.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Pierre, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, chers amis. C'est un sujet hyper important, surtout en ce temps-là d'insuffisance de confiance en la démocratie. Et ça diffère d'un continent à un autre et d'un pays à un autre. Mais nous, les villes, nous avons cette opportunité. Nous avons une marge de manœuvre pour faire fonctionner la démocratie participative dans les villes. Parce que c'est un instrument très fort, hyper fort pour passer à une transition écologique et pour un développement durable de nos villes. Et il est important aussi de dire que cette confiance-là, nous ne pourrons pas la bâtir. Et mon ami de Grenoble a parlé des élections d'hier de la France, plus de 52% n'ont pas participé aux élections. Et je crois que ça, au niveau local, je crois qu'avec cette proximité des citoyens à des instances les plus proches qui sont les villes et les mairies, je crois que c'est important de renforcer plus et davantage cette démocratie participative. Les budgets participatifs, je pense qu'il est le moment, dans un certain nombre de pays, de faire le maximum aussi, d'avoir une institutionnalisation au niveau des budgets et aussi des instances participatives thématiques dans les différents thèmes et notamment dans les thèmes de changement climatique et impliquer les femmes et les jeunes dans ces processus-là, que ce soit vraiment des instruments qui fonctionnent d'une façon normale et pas occasionnelle, à telle occasion, à tel événement, mais d'une façon durable. Et je crois qu'à travers ça, nous pouvons renforcer cette confiance et renforcer cette résilience. Voilà ce que je voulais partager avec vous. Merci.
Any other input? Can you, speakers, can you comment after what you just heard from our audience here in Sevilla? One or two comments, if you wish. If you don't, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I found all these conversation fascinating, and I wanted to pick in particular on the challenge of connecting the global and the local that has been raised in many different ways by, I would say, all of the interventions. This is a major challenge. We are trying to impact on global agendas, but we cannot do that unless we build on the experiences at the local level, at the local context, including those experiences of innovations that work, that have an impact on the ground. So I really appreciated the opportunity of participating in this, and I want to reiterate our willingness to continue to collaborate with the UCLG in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you'll be a good advocate for us to be on the table when discussing these issues. Any other input from the audience, from the panelists? Virtual? No? So maybe it's time for us to have a wrap-up from Sergio. I don't know how we are going to manage, but I leave it to you.
Muchas gracias, Jean-Pierre. Me parece que hemos tenido un diálogo, una jornada de gran altura. Ha sido un espectacular, desde mi punto de vista, conjunto de visiones, de perspectivas, de lecciones, que nos dejan a todos seguramente con la clara idea con la que llegamos a esta conversación. La democracia es un concepto, es un proceso, es un fenómeno clave para la solución o la no solución de los grandes desafíos de nuestro mundo, de nuestros países y de nuestras ciudades. No hay ninguna duda. Por eso, congratulaciones a quienes han convocado este diálogo y lo han preparado con procesos de trabajo tan importantes. Quisiera decir dos o tres cosas, algunas ideas que he logrado recuperar de este diálogo. Primero, la democracia, sin duda, implica la necesidad de que tengamos los gobiernos locales agendas políticas, agendas cívicas, diría yo, en cada una de nuestras ciudades, en cada una de nuestras comunidades. La convocatoria, la nota de trabajo de esta reunión ya lo apuntaba. Tenemos que traducir los grandes desafíos globales en la vida de las comunidades. ¿Cómo logramos que la sociedad, las personas, las familias, los líderes locales se apropien de nuestro movimiento, de nuestras ideas, de nuestras iniciativas, para llegar a la base de las comunidades y lograr las transformaciones que planteamos, que queremos, que deseamos en la vida democrática de nuestras ciudades? Y ahí los gobiernos locales tenemos un papel muy importante. Tenemos que contribuir a que la democracia, que es una aspiración global, se convierta también en una aspiración local. Que la gobernanza deseable en nuestras ciudades sea apropiada por los ciudadanos y se convierta en una forma de vida, una cultura, un día a día en nuestras comunidades locales. Por eso, las asociaciones, las redes de gobiernos locales, tenemos que contar con una agenda política, tenemos que contar con agendas políticas, con agendas de reformas institucionales, legislativas, las profundas reformas que se requieren en nuestros países y en nuestras sociedades. No hay duda, nos queda claro después de escuchar a todos estos participantes el día de hoy, que la democracia está en entredicho. La democracia no es una forma de vida ya resuelta. Nuestras sociedades están cambiando, cambian todos los días, en cada parte del mundo, en cada región, la mía, América Latina, pero en cada país y tal vez a veces en cada ciudad hay cambios constantes. Y entonces, lo decía la alcaldesa de Sala, los fundamentos de nuestra democracia son frágiles, no están a la altura de esos cambios, de esos vaivenes que se suceden en el normal desarrollo de nuestras sociedades. En algunas regiones, en la mía, en América Latina, pareciera que estos cambios en nuestra vida democrática parecen un viaje al pasado. Estamos retornando a los viejos modelos centralistas, donde algunos caudillos nacionales quieren conducir, quieren apropiarse de los procesos democráticos. Y eso aunado a las crisis globales que vive nuestro planeta, las guerras, la migración, la crisis alimentaria, las crisis climáticas que acá se han mencionado, pues nos pone frente a un gran reto, a un panorama muy complejo. Mencionaría en mi región, en América Latina, que vive una crisis social muy fuerte, muy profunda,
conjunto con una crisis económica histórica, pero además de coyuntura, y con circunstancias nuevas que se están sucediendo país a país. Baste que yo mencione a Venezuela o a Honduras, El Salvador, fenómenos que se están dando recientes de democracia muy compleja en países como Chile o como Colombia justamente en estos días, o Costa Rica, ya no digamos Haití u otros países, nos ponen a los gobiernos locales frente a escenarios sumamente complejos. Pienso que tenemos que pensar en nuevos modelos de sistemas democráticos y entonces pensar cuál es el papel de nuestras redes, de nuestras asociaciones, cómo propiciar debates globales como este, pero también debates en regiones y en países, sin perder la perspectiva que el objetivo ulterior es buscar que la calidad de vida en las comunidades sea mejor. Termino haciendo algún comentario sobre la democracia, decía, está en jaque, diría, y hay principios que preservar. Algunos de ellos, la alcaldesa de Sala los mencionó muy bien. ¿Cómo hacemos para poner a los ciudadanos en el centro? ¿Cómo hacemos que los procesos políticos, electorales y democráticos estén sujetos al Estado de Derecho? ¿Cómo hacemos que las instituciones electorales sean autónomas, sean independientes, sean libres? ¿Cómo logramos que la competencia electoral se suceda con mayor fluidez, con mayor naturalidad? ¿Cómo hacemos para lograr que las mujeres y los jóvenes sean protagonistas centrales en toda esta nueva democracia? ¿Cómo fortalecemos nuestras instituciones internacionales y las nacionales para ayudar a una mejor democracia? Hay riesgos, sin duda. Hay riesgos de violencia política que se están dando en muchos países, en muchas regiones. En mi país, la delincuencia organizada, acaba de haber elecciones hace pocos días, la delincuencia organizada participando e incidiendo directamente en procesos electorales, los caudillismos en algunos de nuestros países, donde pareciera que algunos personajes quieren ser los propietarios de los procesos políticos y electorales, la polarización y la ruptura social que se está sucediendo y la ruptura de los principios democráticos históricos de nuestra vida democrática. Yo veo finalmente una oportunidad para CGLU y para nuestras regiones. Tenemos que ser parte de la renovación de nuestra democracia para lograr lo que ya se dijo, que esa democracia se dé de abajo hacia arriba, como lo dijo muy bien Jean-Pierre. ¿Cómo lo haremos? Con inteligencia, con eficacia, con un programa como los que estamos discutiendo acá para pasar a la acción, como dijo muy bien el vicealcalde de Grenoble. Ya no comentaré algunas de las ideas que me parecieron relevantísimas de todos los panelistas en esta sesión, que me parece que nos aporta elementos adicionales a quienes ya prepararon esta sesión y a quienes nos ayudarán a que CGLU, a que nuestras secciones, a que nuestras redes demos una continuidad a estos diálogos que nos parecen de primera importancia. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, you give us an agenda, and I hand over to our Secretary General to set with the political wing of our organization this agenda, and I hope it will be part of the Congress.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean-Pierre, for a great job as moderator of this session. But above all, for fighting the good fight in the different parts of UCLG. Thank you, Secretary General of FLACMA, as well, Sergio, for bringing the Latin American voice to the table and the interesting perspectives. This is the last formal session of the day. We have a very busy program. Tomorrow, again, we are going to start in person at 9 o'clock with a session on migration and communication. But we are going to have also a very interesting session at 10 o'clock on local economic development. Tomorrow is our statutory affairs committee. We are going to be deciding the electoral process of our organization. Is one of the greatest democratic exercises in the world. 341 seats are being decided in every part of the world, and many discussions are taking place at local and national level. It's something to be proud of. It's also a headache. So be kind with each other tomorrow, and let us be serious. And we will end the day with a very important session on human rights, cities, and territory. So those of you that can join us both virtually and in person, please do so. It promises to be a very interesting day. Those of you that have joined online, thank you for your partnership, for your attention, and see you soon again, fighting the good fight. Thank you very much. And those of you staying here, we've got some drinks. So let us enjoy them in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.